Alrighty guys, what is up? Welcome to another Avorion livestream. Yep, there we are. Webcam's up. Cool. So today we are going to be checking out some Avorion multiplayer. I haven't ever done multiplayer on Avorion at all. And I've been kind of hesitant to try it out because I've heard that it's pretty laggy and it can get a little bit difficult to actually play the game because of the lag. But anyway, I've been looking across a few forum boards and talking with some people, and it appears that this Rusty's Universe server, it's modded, it's English speaking, so like I'll actually be able to talk to the people because most of the good servers are German speaking. It's based in the US, so the ping's not terrible. I have 99 ping, which isn't fantastic, but it's not terrible. There's only 1 out of 25 players online right now, so only a max of 25, but that could be a good thing because maybe the lag won't be as bad if there's only 25 people. And with only 1 guy on, that could be pretty good too. There's only PvP in the core, so we won't have to worry about fighting any of the other players until after we cross the barrier, so that is a good thing. It was wiped last January, so I don't know if that means we're going to spawn in here and literally there will be nowhere for us to place stations and such, or what, but let's go ahead and try it out. Rusty's Universe, let's give it a try. Join. Let's see how it is. And if it's terrible, what we'll do instead is we'll just switch gears and go back over to our expert playthrough. So, okay. Mods required. A lot of them. Jeez, okay. Connect and download. 69 mods. Oh, man, perfect number apparently. But, so this has to download now. I didn't realize that was a thing. But alright, that's fine, I guess. Hopefully it doesn't take terribly long. I don't actually know. But, oh, okay, there it goes. I think it was just like connecting first. So now it's downloading. That's not terrible. We should get through this reasonably quickly. I am excited to try out multiplayer though, just because the type of game Avorion is, it seems like it's fairly well suited for multiplayer, if I'm honest on that. So, yeah, it should be pretty good. Sorry, just had to readjust my backrest. It was like being weird. Anyway, so we've got some good potential there as far as like forming alliances are concerned and that kind of thing. Because the big thing about Avorion when you're playing single player is it takes a while to gather all the resources and things like that that you need in order to progress. But if you have an alliance of like 4 or 5 people, you might be able to do things reasonably quickly. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, I suppose. I don't know what all these mods do. I'm assuming a handful of them are just to make the server actually work. And then a handful of them change some aspect of the game. I think they do have Station Hub mod installed, so that one I know is in here, and that basically adds another station to the game that links all the stations in your sector to one inventory. That way you don't have to use shuttles to transport goods. I think there's maybe one in there for turrets and stuff like that. There might be something for experience gain and like drop rarity and that kind of thing. I don't know. But we'll kind of take, I guess we'll figure that out as we go through. I think you can, once you're in game, do like hashtag mods, and it'll list all the mods in the pack. That way you can get an idea of what you're playing with. That way if you want to try playing without multiplayer because you like the feel of the game with these mods, you can install them on your single player game and play it there instead. So you don't have to deal with the lag. If that's gonna be an issue, which I don't actually know. It may not be an issue. Hopefully not. Because it'd be great if there's like a free access, like stable, solid US based server. And not that it has to be based in the US, I just know a little bit about networking, so I'm assuming that if the server is based outside of the US, the ping and the latency and the lag are going to be a lot worse than if we were playing on a server based in the US. So because I'm based in the US, right? So like that, it's a regional type thing or a local type thing. Like pick a server that's based in your country type of a deal, because it should help with the lag and the ping and that kind of stuff. But I think Rusty's also has a Europe-based server, so that could be an option depending on where you live and all that type of deal. But anyway, it's loading. We should be able to dive in and take a look. So we're going to start out in our drone. So the only downside to this is we have to start over again. Oh god, but whatever. It may not take that long. And I do have pretty much all the templates I'm going to need for this because I have been playing an expert playthrough and all those ships are built using the new build mechanic. So assuming they haven't changed any of the build mechanic stuff, this should all be good. Anyway, if it loads, this is probably like the lag thing they're talking about, where it takes forever to load the sectors in. Granted, this is our first time connecting, so that also probably has something to do with it. Alright, here we go. Aw, yeah, look at us. Server. BoxAware recommends this server but does not run or administrate itself. So we've got 2 out of 1,000 inventory slots, no cargo hold, 10,000 credits. Sorry about that. And no resources. So it does look like it has the resource display mod installed, which actually is a really nice quality of life one. Here's welcome thing. So enjoy the starting package, find out about new packages and general information, server community, rustyuniverse.com. Okay, cool. So we get a coaxial launcher, we get double titanium mining turret, that's pretty sweet. Double titanium mining turret, okay. Alright. And we get some resources to build a starter ship. That's pretty generous of them, honestly. Because that's enough to build like a smaller, you know, reasonably good starter ship. Like, it's not going to be amazing, obviously. That's not everything in the world, but you've got enough credits and everything like that to be able to make things happen. But there is a claimable asteroid over here, so I am going to go claim that with my drone, and then we're going to build our ship once we fly back over to a station. I also might mine this titanium asteroid to the left of us here because it's on the way to the station I want to go to. But at this point in the game, it's just like any other time you start a new game on Avorion. You just go through and claim a couple asteroids, get a few 100,000 credits, get yourself set up with some auto miners, and kind of just keep pushing in towards the barrier. Once you reach the barrier, then it's more about optimizing your DPS and scaling up your ship and that kind of thing, getting the Zotan artifacts, all that noise. But not a big deal. Here we go. We're going to sell this guy for 100k and we'll get some rep with the faction. It's not bad having, you know, if you scale the rep with this faction, you can potentially ally with it later, which is useful for you. Primarily for spawning in an endgame boss, but either way, it is going to be good for you. Oh, we probably can't mine No, we should be able to mine titanium. Yeah, alright. I was going to say, I recall that I was able to mine titanium before in the drone, so we should still be able to. So we'll do this real quick, because might as well, like, then we'll have a little bit more titanium to work with while we're building our ship. And besides, I still need to fly over to a station so I can get all the crew we're going to need. So there's also, I don't know if that's iron or what that is, but it kind of looks like it's iron. So does titanium drop iron as well now? That's kind of cool. Doesn't have a cargo bay, so that must be ore. Huh, interesting. I haven't ever noticed that before, but maybe that's always been a thing. Whatever. Fly over to this one, gather it up. Maybe we'll end up with 11,000 titanium, which is enough, I think, to build the titanium template that I've got, and I believe we've got enough credits to do that template as well. That's a decent-ish starter ship. Nothing too fancy. I don't believe it has a cargo bay, but you know, it'll get us started so we can push into the Neonite regions and start mining enough to get an auto miner set up, right? So that's kind of my plan anyway. We haven't taken a look at the map yet to see where we are exactly in the spawn, because I don't know where you spawn in. But so what kind of crew does... I can't hire crew from him. Can I hire crew from him? No. Why not? Or maybe I can't see it? What are these? So found ship, manage sectors, sector overview, trash man, mining priority. Okay, so... Oh, that's kind of neat. So it opens up and shows you everything like the trade system. Ship list shows all the ships. Gates wormholes, there's none. Settings. Oh, okay. So I can open this with the minus key, apparently. Cool. Good to know. What is mining priority? Oh, okay, so you can enable what resources you want mined. That's kind of neat. Trash man, probably just delete items. Manage sectors, I don't have permission for that, okay. That's probably admin control to, like, reset asteroids or something like that, I don't know. But that's fine, that's actually pretty cool. I do like that, so I can open up that with the minus, and then multiply advances it, divide does it the other way. Huh, alright, dope. And just hit minus again and it closes out. So a little bit of extra UI, that's always nice. I actually do appreciate mods that add UI like that. Just like I like this little guy up here too. I don't have that on my single player just because I like giving a vanilla feel. Like I like showing the vanilla game because then you don't have to go download a bunch of stuff, and if you're not confident about modding, you don't have to worry about it in order to have the same experience as me, or the footage that you're watching. You know what I'm saying? So basically, we're gonna fly over here. We've got our turrets that we're gonna use to start out with, that coaxial, and then the 2 mining turrets, and then from there, I think really we just need to push into Neonite, because then we can start upgrading like our generators and that kind of deal. And I need a fair, like, in order to build my smaller station, I think I need to hit Xanium, but that's because there's a transporter block on it. As far as my other one goes, I need about 80k Neonite to build each one, and that one works pretty good. But 80k Neonite is a lot when you only have 4,000 starting and no auto miners up yet. So anyway, fly over to the equipment dock, pick up some stuff, and kind of see how this goes. Gotta amuse myself somehow, so blowing smoke at the webcam kind of did that for me. Alright, anyway, we're almost to this equipment dock, thank God. It takes a while when you can only go 300 meters a second. Like, I could have built the ship out where we were and flown the ship over, but the ship wouldn't have had any crew. So, yeah, basically, I wouldn't have been able to fly over here any faster than the drone would have taken, so it's better to just fly your drone over to a station. That way when you build a ship, you can just dock it immediately and hire the crew, and you don't have to fly very far, if at all, in order to get the ship running at at full capacity, more or less. So we're almost to the dock. That's pretty nifty. We'll stop a little bit out, so maybe like a kilometer out. Something like that, because I don't think the first ship is very big. So we'll just call this the Lacerator. Sure. Build, template this baby, go in here. So these are the ships I'm gonna upgrade to eventually. So we need a few 100,000 Xanium, which is a lot, and the credits. So I can't build those yet. However, I can come down here And it's not the miner. I don't believe it's these either. These are just captured ships that I've gathered over time. And we could build this, obviously, but I don't think it's going to be very good. So, let's see. I thought I had some low-level templates. What the hell? But anyway, okay, fine. We'll just, I guess we could apply a template and then kind of alter it a little bit. Kind of a thing. So this one is built with Xanian. If I change this to like titanium, oh, I don't have enough money. Okay, fine. It's 300k to build that, I think. So I can't do that one yet. This one I can't because of the trinium, but if I downgrade that to neonite, I might be able to. No, I'm missing 12k neonite. Damn. What if we take it down to titanium? Let me... not enough titanium. If I take it down to iron... Alright, we could do it in iron. That's... fun. Okay. Yeah, so this massive monstrosity of iron. Let's transform some stuff, shall we? We obviously need generator. I want to make the generator slightly larger than that. I'm going to turn off transform for a minute. We've got a little bit of titanium left, so... I'm just going to make this a little longer, a little wider, a little taller. Because I think we're going to want that excess capacity. And we can also put a container on top, just so we have some extra storage. Okay, cool. Now, since we do have Neonite, we could put Hyperspace Core, or we could put Shields. I'm kind of thinking that the Hyperspace Core is going to be more worthwhile for us. So that is the size. Let's see if we can actually max size this. 2,000. That's 4,000, but we can't actually afford that. It's too expensive to use all of our neonite on that. And it only gives us 3 sectors. That actually is probably not worth it at all. We could instead go with a shield generator. That could be a little more useful. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if I can get a block that is going to utilize the full amount. $36. Okay, so 36. That's decent. 2,700 shield for a starter ship. That's not terrible. But that does use all of our credits, is the only thing to put that on. I mean, I guess we can start with that and then upgrade later. We're going to have to mount our... So these turrets are trash. If we can mount these, it'd be worth our while. Let's see, how much does like a titanium turret base actually cost? Oh, okay. Can't quite afford that. I'm like 100 credits short. What is this? A gyro. Let's actually shrink the battery a little bit so we can put the turret bases here. Or well, actually no, that'll work fine. And then yeah, we'll put one there and one there for the coaxial. Okay, cool. That'll work. And then if we do want to put, I think we do want an integrity field generator, because that should beef up our ship's like hull significantly. So I can afford like that much. So I can integrity field this, like the main part of the ship, basically. And really it'd be better to put it on the bottom, I think. So like I could do that, and that will... Yeah, it doesn't do all that much, so actually we'll save that titanium. Because we could build an energy container instead. And do something like... Or, well, actually, we need to have enough credits. Actually, we can sell these turrets. Never mind. We should be fine. Now, we're not going to have the turret slots for that. Or that, or that. Okay, fine. I guess we are just going to use shit iron to start off with. So, for now, we'll just kind of do that. Okay. Good enough. For now. And it's just a starter ship. As we gather more resources, obviously we are going to upgrade this so it's not atrocious like it is now. Jeez. Well, let's fly over here, see if we can dock and get some crew on this guy. There we go. Hire crew. So, we need 4 gunners, but really we can get away with 2. Oh, that's right. We have no money. Lol. Let's sell something. We could sell a double iron mining turret. That's probably our best bet. That should give us enough to hire crew, I would hope. So, I need 1 miner. Not 8. I need 1. Thank you. 322. And actually, I need a second one, so 2 of them. I need... 2 gunners is only 3, so really I need 3 gunners. Okay. Then... It would be nice to buy this captain, but I probably can't afford it. And that's alright. So I need 11. I need 22. Okay. And those guys can just be basic. It's not the end of the world. Why did that not hire? What the hell? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was gonna say, it wasn't showing that I had crew. And I was like, wait, we just spent the money. It took my money, like I bought crew, so... where's crew? Thank you. Alright, good enough. So let's take a look. We are starting out here. Not a terrible spot, I guess. We are actually pretty close to the Neonite region already, which is actually quite good. Granted, we are in like a rift, which is interesting. Like, okay. Why is there a rift here? Huh. Alright, well, whatever. That is what it is, I suppose. So we'll warp over here. Maybe that is a way of protecting, like, new players when they come into the galaxy or something. I don't know. So you have a fresh, like, starting system with an asteroid in it. And the long loading times is 100% the server lag time right there. So this is part of, like, where people say if there's too many people and it's super laggy to do multiplayer, this is what they're talking about. In addition to, sometimes you get sputtering while you're fighting. That makes it unplayable, but, like, if it takes 5 minutes to load in between sectors, yeah, I'm not going to do this. It's going to take too long to do anything. Okay, so the gates just have a different icon now, which is actually kind of cool. So trading posts, that's pretty normal. Obviously we're out of power because we have, like, no systems and all that jazz. But we might have enough credits to go through one of these gatey boys. So I actually do want to go through the southern gate, Because I don't believe we have any systems. Like, I don't think you start with any. Yeah, we get. Well, I guess we start with the radar system. So we can put that in, I suppose. It will just make our power consumption even worse, but you know what? That's alright. And yes, I know this ship is ugly as can be, but you know what? That's okay with me. I'm not too concerned about it, honestly. It's good enough. So 97 credits to go through. We still have 1,200, so we can afford that. We are going to need to find another claimable asteroid, but hopefully there will be one in one of these sectors that we travel to. I don't know if these sectors reset the asteroids periodically as part of the server, or if, you know, once someone claims it and sells it, it's gone forever type of a thing. If it's the latter, there may not be a lot of claimable asteroids to generate our starting credits. If that is the case, then to generate our starting credits, we're basically going to have to sit there and fucking mine and sell resources in order to get enough to start building our fleet up and everything. So that's okay. We'll kind of just play what we got to play. It's a different layer of difficulty, I suppose, because if I can't just claim asteroids and sell them and generate a bunch of money to start with, like that, you know, that's okay, I suppose. Service at repair docks. Okay, cool. That one I do want to keep. This one I want to delete. I think it deleted, but the server is just taking a minute to update that action for me or something. I could be wrong on that, but... is there any claimables? Doesn't necessarily look like it. There is iron. There's probably titanium here too. It looks like there's a fair amount of asteroids, but... okay, fine. Our core has recharged. We can't really warp to his system, though. So I'm probably just going to take the south gate again. But since our system is recharged, we can actually use our booster a little bit and go a little bit faster than 300 meters a second. You know, we're a little bit closer to 1,000, which is still fairly slow in the grand scheme. But that's okay. That's okay. We can make that work for us. So, and granted, we are prepared to put titanium level turrets on this ship. We could have tried to like splurge on money and put on the neonite level ones. I just wasn't confident that we'd be able to afford it, you know, in the size of a block we needed. So I didn't want to tempt it since I knew I could get it with the titanium ones. So that has a green on it, which is interesting. I wonder if that's like a mod just to show you that this is a mineable asteroid type of a thing. Dang, the range on these turrets is terrible. I'm used to like a 2.5 kilometer range. Shit. This is like half a kilometer. Alright, so we gathered a little bit more iron, just because we're probably going to use iron for some of the like auxiliary blocks because it's cheap, and we can gather it relatively easily. That didn't work because the sector's not loaded, is what that means. Because our ship definitely is not too big to go through the gate, since we were able to go through one, like, literally a second ago. Turn off the turret. There we go. Okay. Sector loaded in. That's good. But so far, I mean, I haven't experienced any lag that's super terrible. Granted, I might not... Like, there's only one other person on the server right now, so that might be why. It's not terribly laggy. But either way, like, it's playable. It's definitely playable. Like, sometimes the sector load time, so this screen right here, will take... Like, it's about twice as long as it is on just playing single player at least, if not longer, in between each sector, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. You can kind of deal with it. It's still not too bad. Let's see. So that's a south-southwest, which should be that one. So that is the one I want. Let's go. And if we find more asteroids along the way, which we might, since we're flying through an asteroid field, we will take the time to mine them, because we do need asteroids at this point. We don't really have much in the way of resources at all. So there is a iron asteroid right here. We'll go ahead and gather that. We might, yeah, we'll go up top and gather the other iron, because there is a small titanium asteroid there too. And all these early resources are going to be useful for upgrading our ship off the bat. So that'll be good. The other thing to note on this server, there is no collision damage. So crashing into things does not actually matter. So I may not play as conservative on my flight speed and stuff like that as I normally do on our expert game mode, because there is no collision damage. So there is no risk, or no like reason to fly safe. There we go. It had to reset. So there is some like stuttery stuff with it, but it's okay. I am excited to be able to try out those titanium turrets they gave me, because they seem like they're pretty good mining turrets. I just need to get like some unarmed turret slots, because all the turrets they give you, yeah, they're great, but they require 5 slots, either 5 combat or 5 unarmed, and like those systems, you can't buy those at the equipment docks. Even if you're high rep with the faction, it's going to be a few 100,000 credits, which you're not going to have that starting out. And if not, like, finding claimable asteroids, especially in this region of space, they're only worth like 100,000. So like, yeah, I don't know. And then the time in between pirate spawns, like I haven't encountered any pirates yet, so it's not like you're encountering a lot of ships that way to get turrets or systems. I guess we could try to get a salvaging turret and go salvage, because that is actually a very good way to gather turrets and systems. It does take a little bit of time to get what you're looking for usually, especially when you're first starting out. But you do gather some resources at the same time, so that's a good thing. And sometimes you get really lucky and you get very good systems and very good turrets, meaning that they're like high rarity, even if the material isn't great or the turret itself is not exactly what you're looking for or what you're gonna use. If they're high rarity, you can typically sell them for a decent amount of credits at the equipment docks. So that is just something to keep in mind as well. So we'll probably end up doing some salvaging at some point. Which, you know, I have gotten a little bit more okay with salvaging. Like, I used to really hate salvaging and would never do it at all. And just, like, I would wait until I got enough turrets just naturally from pirates and shit like that, coming into the sector that I didn't kill but the faction did, in order to build a raiding ship to raid the factions out in this region of space. Yeah, it used to take me about 10 hours to get enough DPS and a good enough ship to be able to start raiding, which isn't terrible, I suppose, but it is a fairly long time. I can do it more in like 5 or 6 hours now, where basically you are using your credits to buy turrets and stuff like that, and you engage pirates more frequently, like that's what you do, kind of a deal, and you do salvaging. Like you salvage the turrets you need in order to start taking on pirates. You fight the pirates to get a little bit more DPS. You start raiding. You get enough credits. You automate everything. You build a fuck ton of stations to get more credits automatically, and that's kind of how you scale your resource generation in this game. Or at least that's how I usually do it. So we'll see. Hopefully that will still work, even though it's multiplayer, and I think it will. Like I don't know. I'm assuming Avorion's a fairly chill game, right? So I'm assuming that most of the people that are playing are going to be fairly chill. Like, granted, if it's outside the core, there's no PvP, so they can't destroy your station anyway, but they can be jerks to you and sit inside a sector with your station while you're offline, and if you don't have enough defenses, like you don't have a defensive ship or something in the sector, it'll get destroyed, because you're not there to be able to defend it. So people could do that potentially. Hopefully not, because like I said, Avorion is fairly chill, so I'm assuming that players are going to be reasonably chill, because it's like if you're doing that to players, it's going to happen to you as well, and it really sucks if your station gets destroyed while you're offline. Like, that would really suck, especially if you spent like 10 hours to gather the resources and the credits and everything to build it, and then now it's gone. Like, that would really suck. So anyway, I don't think we're gonna have to deal with that, though. Like, if I'm honest, I don't think we're gonna have to deal with it, and hopefully I'm right. But either way, not a big deal. Go through this gate again. It's better, I think, in the beginning until you get like a decent warp range from systems rather than building the hyperspace core, unless you're mining Neonite reasonably often. But oh yeah, so I think that if you see the chat there, go buy a package, a starter pack, on their website. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a microtransaction, which I'm not going to do. I don't need to do that. Like, yeah, depending on what they give you, it might be worth it because it might really jump you forward in the game, but I'm not that worried about it. I think we're going to progress reasonably fast enough as it is, and so yeah, that's what we're doing. So that's the west, southwest. There we go. So as far as like what I'm going to change on the ship next, my priority is going to be generator for sure. Like, I want a bigger generator on this ship. I want to convert a lot of this iron hull to titanium. And I would like to increase our shields by gathering, and the shields are going to come when we gather Neonite and Trinium in a little bit. Like, we should be getting reasonably close to Neonite sectors. Like, we need to go like farther east is where we need to go, but we also need to go down at the same time. So I'm trying to do like the southeast, and this is a southwest gate, so it's going west but it's going south, so it's fine. Southeast are the best gate direction for us right now, so that's what I'm looking for. You can also just use your drone to hop in and out of sectors, and sometimes that's a little bit faster than flying your ship, but I prefer to just fly the ship. I think it's a little easier, less buttons, you don't have to worry about it, and really I don't think you gain all that much from popping into the drone when you're just getting started. Like, if it's later on, maybe, but... So we need another south. That's north, northwest, south. Okay, so this is going to take us into the region of another faction, which should be pretty cool. Hopefully they're well, they're neutral with us. You can tell based off the color of the gate, because it's their gate. It's the other faction's gate, not the guys that control this one, because as you can see, the guys in this one were excellent rep with, so they're light blue. These guys were neutral with, so they're like the pinkish, purplish color. If we sell these guys asteroids and resources, we'll get a little bit less credits out of it, but we will gain more reputation or standing with this faction, which is a good thing for us, especially if we encounter equipment docks, or if we get our miners or our salvagers and we need to refine resources at the resource depot. The higher your faction standing is, the less tax you get at the resource depot, the more stuff you can buy at the equipment dock, and the better prices you get when trading with that faction just in general. So it would be good to ally with these guys, or, well, not necessarily ally, but get our rep up to excellent as well, and we could try to just like have everything on our way from our home sector into the barrier be like excellent standing with the factions, and then we'll do all of our raiding on the other side of the galaxy. So our honored rep factions don't know that we're destroying these weak, helpless stations on the outer rim that are just like them, just like our friends. But you know, I like to have my miners close by friendly factions as opposed to enemy factions, because then it's less likely for my stuff to get attacked. But that's just me. And that doesn't mean that's the best way to play either. Southeast. That's the direction we want. Looky there. We actually can't fly through that gate because we don't have enough credit. So what I'm going to do instead, this one does have a resource depot? No, it doesn't. Okay. This one is either a scrapyard or a asteroid sector, like a mining sector. So I'm hoping it's a mining sector just because I don't have a salvaging laser or the credits to buy a salvage license yet. But sometimes the mining sectors, if that's what this is, will have resource depots inside of them. So we'll go in there, we'll mine up some resources if there's a resource depot. After we mine up a little bit, we can go over there and sell like a few thousand of whatever we've got and get a few credits so we can afford to go through the gate. Or we can just find a claimable asteroid instead, because the mining sectors typically have those, and we can sell that and make like 100k real quick instead. So let's do that. I like that plan. And then we are gonna have to wait a while for our stuff to, well, actually it's not too bad, 30 seconds. So if we sell it to these guys, we get like 40k less, but we gain some rep with them. I think that's worth it, honestly. Like 3,000 rep is actually a decent amount. I believe the Free Slaves mission is the best one for building rep, or at least it used to be. I don't know if there are new missions that are better nowadays, but that used to be the best one, and it only gives you 10,000 rep. So 3,000 for, and you get paid 70k instead of having to spend a few $100,000. That's a pretty good deal, I think. It cost us 40k instead of like 400k, but we got 4,000 rep instead of 10,000, so I think it's worth it. Server's lagging. That's why this isn't mining. There we go. Okay, caught up. Good. So that does happen every once in a while. So that might get annoying. Now, granted, grand scheme, we're probably not going to be doing a lot of mining ourselves, especially if we have an alliance and a bunch of automated ships among us. But yeah, in the meantime, like, this kind of sucks if it stutters every so often and you have to wait 20 extra seconds instead of just mining the asteroid. Granted, if we had a better mining laser, this would go a lot faster too, so, whatever. I'm just gonna add a cargo bay real quick, because I think it is actually worth doing that. Actually, let's put these on the bottom. Something like that, maybe? Well, oh, okay. We don't have enough iron to double them up, so we'll just do one layer for now. That's why I'm mining more iron, because iron is cheap to place, so credit-wise, it's a good build option for us as far as, like, utility blocks are concerned. We are going to need to expand our cargo bay and get some more crew, so we can fly over to that biotope, I think is what that station is, and pick up the mechanic, I think that is, that we're going to need. But these asteroids drop like there's cargo floating there and there's ore and stuff, so I think it is worth having, even if it's just a small cargo bay to pick up the drops off of your mining. Like, it's worth having a cargo bay on your ship on this particular server. Like, normally you don't get silver and gold and stuff like that from mining, I don't believe. Or at least, if you do, like, I have never noticed that. Like, none of my ships in our expert playthrough have, like, gold and silver and stuff in their cargo bay on, like, my R miners. And, like, they would pick that stuff up if it was being generated, I feel like. So, anyway. Trading, I don't need your instructions. I know how to trade. Thank you. I appreciate the tutorials stuff, I guess. It's just not super helpful for me, but for new players, the tutorial prompts and the mail and stuff that they send you is actually quite useful. The game does a decent job at telling you how to, like, progress and how to do things, which is nice. So if you are brand new to Avorion, you can, like, figure out how to do everything without, you know, reading a novel or watching some loser talk about Avorion for 2.5 hours before even playing the game, right? So you can figure it out on your own, which is great. I like games like that personally, but anyway. Alright, cool. We found a big iron asteroid. That is nice. I will take that. I was going to throw on the second iron mining turret, but I forgot that I sold it. So, yeah. That's fine. We'll just mine it out with one. It'll take a while. I'll probably end up mining the whole thing just because we do need the iron. We only have 2,400 right now, and having an extra, this will probably give us maybe 5 to 10,000, I would guess, based off of the efficiency of our lasers and things like that. But maybe it'll yield more. Maybe. It depends. I don't have a mining system to see what the base amount is. Otherwise, I could tell you exactly how much. But yeah, this is pretty good size. So we'll mine out most, if not all of this asteroid, just so we can gather up a shit ton of iron, because that will really help us as far as expanding this ship is concerned, and when we're ready to build an automated mining ship in the iron titanium region, we can use all this iron and titanium and basically duplicate the ship we're flying right now and just make it an auto miner ship, right? So that's kind of what my plan is as far as that is concerned. And then as far as our main ship's concerned, we can upgrade all the iron blocks in here to titanium, and that alone would probably double our HP, if not more, which would be pretty good. And I think it would improve a lot of our like drift issues that we have right now, because iron is fairly heavy, whereas titanium is fairly light. So yeah, I think switching over to a titanium base ship would be really beneficial for us. And maybe we don't do titanium armor everywhere and we use some iron armor, just because we probably won't have the credits or the titanium to do that for a while. So, you know, throwing in some iron as armor, I think iron armor is actually pretty good because it's a dense material. So that might work fairly good as far as boosting our hull is concerned. And then also having the titanium to build bigger generators, and putting integrity fields on the ship would be a big deal as well. So that would be good. There's a lot of different things that I would like to add to the ship. Putting bigger shields would be good, but we need to get to Neonite asteroids first, which we haven't hit yet. And honestly, it's okay that we haven't, because we don't have a titanium mining laser on the ship yet, which we need one of those if we're going to mine Neonite. We won't be able to do it with the laser we got. And in order to mine the, or to equip the titanium lasers that we've got, which are quite powerful, like they are very good, and I do plan on using them. And I do plan on using them, but I have to have 5 unarmed turret slots, and right now the most I could have is 2. So I need to get like a blue level unarmed turret system, I think, or better, in order to equip one of them. But they're pretty high efficiency, high DPS turrets, so I think they will be very good once we are able to use them. It's just, I need to find the system first. I do want to look at the Alliance. Alliances count as their own faction, and their members can manage Alliance station ships and inventory. You can invite other members to join the Alliance, assign ranks to different people, and manage what people are allowed to do. You can also see online status of people in the Alliance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I would like to found an Alliance. It does cost 5k credits, which we have right now. So I think, you know what, let's do it. Found Alliance. It's going to be called, I don't know, Lone Debaters, because Lone Debater 7. So if you want to be in my alliance and you're playing on the Rusty's US server, you know, mail Lone Debater 7 because that is my player name, and you can request to join my alliance, or, you know, once I have your player name, if you send me a message with it, I can invite you to the alliance, that kind of thing. But there we go. Now we have an alliance. Look at us. We're super duper fancy now. And yeah, it's maybe a little early to benefit from founding the alliance, but what you can do is you drop the alliance tag when you build your ships. Like, you build it as if it's your own personal ship, and you only have to pay 500 iron founding costs on all your ships regardless of count, because you transfer the ship after it's built to the alliance. So anyway, just a little hack there if you're new and you haven't learned that one yet. So emergency signals we're not going to do right now. Trading, that I don't give a shit about either. We'll buy goods eventually, so we'll get that naturally over time. This, they want me to get an arm mining laser, torpedo launcher, build a hangar, board instead of buying. Okay, that's dumb. Actually, what are the rest of these? Elongated turret sorting. Okay, interesting. So they changed this. Oh, cool. So you can like sort based off of a bunch of different stuff now. That's pretty spicy. Resources display, UI movement. That's if you want to move this around. That's pretty nice too. System sorting, so you can sort your systems a little bit better too. That's pretty cool. Manage alliance, pretty much the same, I think. So I'm the owner. That's cool. We'll modify this. Welcome to the Alliance of the Lone Debaters. Currently, we are in the early game, because we'll be out of iron titanium pretty soon. We are currently in the early game, and ask all members to gather as much resource asteroids and as possible, and to produce multiple automated miners, salvagers, traders, and stations to generate resources and credits for the alliance. That way everyone can build the ship they want. There we go. I think that's a decent, you know, message of the day for our alliance, even though it's only us in here. In case someone joins, that message is going to be the same probably forever, because I'm too lazy to do anything about it. But let's go through the icons and figure out what we want to do for our alliance. So I kind of plan on being like industrious as much as possible. Like, I plan on having a shit ton of stations. So I'm trying to think, what kind of icon do I want? This one's actually pretty cool. That is a pretty cool icon. I really do like that. And I think you can stack icons too, if I'm not mistaken. So like, if I go, yeah, you can layer them. So like, I can layer these if I want. I'm not gonna layer that one obviously, but like, you might be able to find something cool. And maybe this one, you might be able to copy paste it. Oh, you can move these around too. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, cool. So this is pretty involved as far as creation is concerned. So let's go into layer 2. We're going to throw in this, and we're going to lower it to the bottom. We're going to rotate it. Boom, boom. Go for a layer 3 for the upper portion. And for that, I want something kind of like science-y looking. But I don't want it to be used by like a station I've encountered all the time. So we could go for like these. That's not bad. but it's kind of a mechanic symbol, and we're not necessarily just mechanics, like we're industrious. So we could go something like this. That's kind of a cool icon. See how that looks. We're going to put it up there ultimately. And we are going to color these. I'm just kind of doing it one step at a time type of a deal. So, do I like that one? Is there a different one I'd prefer? Like that one's this one or this one. That one's kind of cool. Maybe this one? I do kind of like that one. I think we might stick with that one. There's a lot to pick from, as you can see here. There's literally hundreds, so if you are founding your own alliance, do not worry. You can definitely get an emblem that is different than everybody else's, because there are enough choices in here. I'm sure that you can pick something out. But let's go ahead and color these. So I kind of want to implement greens, blues, and then like, I don't know if I like the magenta or like the purple a little bit better, like the purplish pink. I'm thinking maybe like that. And then for the fourth layer, can I... That's the top layer. Can I like swap the ordering of these? I don't think there's a way for me to do that. Okay, fine. For the top layer, we can shrink down the size of stuff too. So let's put like a really small brain. Okay, that's as small as it'll go. But we can put a small brain down in the corner. And for the brain, we could go for that like really like reddish pink. Like that. That doesn't look terrible. I don't know. A lot of random icons, but whatever. That's our emblem for now. Fuck it. Anyway, no fleet, no rank. Well, there are ranks, but I haven't set up any permissions or badges. I'll do that later when I actually have people in the alliance with me. But okay, cool. So we founded the alliance. That's pretty dope. We got our emblem all set up. We got our message set. That way, if people look for alliances, I don't know if that's integrated in the server or not, because obviously we didn't look for one, we just made our own. But if they are looking for alliances and can search by name, now our alliance is kind of set up so they'll have an idea of what we're about. And I think as far as like setting up an alliance is concerned, for like actual multiplayer use, there's not much more you can do. Outside of that, my idea of an alliance is I want to help the people that are in it as much as possible. And I hope that the people that are joining the alliance are going to do the same for the other members. That way we all can progress faster, build better ships, and whatnot. So anyway, if you are playing Avorion on Rusty's US server, be sure to send me a message and I will invite you to the alliance, because at this point it's just me in it, so having more players would be beneficial for sure. But there will be some starter resources and credits in there, because honestly, with the hours so that we've been online in the multiplayer server, it's not terrible. Like, this is definitely playable. So normally what ends up happening for me in Avorion is after I cross the barrier and kind of get super kitted out and everything like that, I get bored and don't actually end up killing the center guardian, and I'll just start a new game, because kind of like might as well. Or if I want to build endgame stuff, I'll do it in that save just wherever I want. But for anyway, it kind of works, because we're getting close to being able to cross the barrier in our expert playthrough that we've been streaming the past few days. And so, not to say that we're going to give up on that one. We probably will beat the Wormhole Guardian in that on stream. But it'll get less, like the content won't be as enjoyable, I feel like. So at a certain point, as opposed to streaming that, you know, outside of like bosses and stuff like that, if there's something like a specific reason to, sure. But we'll stream the multiplayer server instead, because it's a newer game, so it's like more stuff is happening more frequently, type of a deal. Oh, I didn't even realize it, but apparently this server is set to insane difficulty. So technically speaking, this difficulty is higher than the one on our other game save that I've been playing lately. So that is interesting. At least they made reconstruction token still a thing. Yeah, rough, right? Because the difficulty not only makes the enemies harder, but it also increases the cost of like everything, all the stations, all like placing blocks, everything. But that's all right. We'll deal. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, shields are still OP even though they nerf them, because especially if you have impenetrable shields, it just wrecks. Like, you don't have to repair your ship anymore, which is great. But yeah, you're pretty much right. It's a race to 100 million shields, 100 million total health, whatever works. Like, if you have a lot of armor on your ship, and that is like 20 million of your health is coming from hull, and only 80 million is coming from shields, still going to be okay. But yeah, if you have 100 million shields, it's going to be great. I think more what's going to be a challenge is getting high enough DPS turrets, because at least in my normal playthrough and my veteran playthrough, I haven't gotten to this point in my expert one yet, building high level railguns in, you know, near the center of the galaxy is normally how I scale DPS. Well, since it's PvP, I can still try to do that, but I'm assuming that the players in there are going to be way better than me since they've been playing on the server longer. Or it's going to cost too much, because it costs like 40 million per turret, per railgun turret in normal difficulty. So in an insane difficulty, when everything costs way more, like yeah, it's probably going to be hundreds of millions per turret, and that just is crazy. And I guess it should be okay. Like, you just have to scale your economy, I guess. But even so, like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they've buffed up like the rate of which you get good turrets and stuff, which I think they have, just because the starter turrets. So like, they gave us a couple of starter turrets. So we got this coaxial launcher turret. I can't equip any of these because I don't have the slots, but you get almost a 2100 DPS turret right at the start, and then you also get almost 90% efficiency, 14 DPS titanium miners right at the start, and you get some, you know, like neonite and stuff like that too. So they give you a decent amount of things to kind of help you. It's just, the only thing that I think they should add to that welcome package is like give us an armed turret combat system and an unarmed turret combat system, because you can't use the turrets they're giving you without that system, and it will cost you 1 million credits to buy it at the equipment dock with the next lit reps faction, or you you won't be able to get it right off the bat, which the whole point of that crate, I feel like, is to give you a starting edge so you can get playing right away, and it doesn't really do that because you can't use the turrets. But it's alright. I am thankful to get anything, honestly, so we'll get the system eventually. It's just going to take a while. It is nice, though. They do have collision damage turned off, so at least they're not terribly cruel. Yeah, like, I always play with full collision. The kamikaze runs do suck. Like, I 100% feel you on that, because if they happen to smash into your turrets and you lose all your guns, it's terrible because you're probably gonna die. But yeah, I normally play with full collision because I actually prefer that experience, honestly. But having no collision damage is nice, 100%, because you can smash into things, and it doesn't matter if a ship does kamikaze you. You don't have to worry about losing all your turrets and stuff like that. So I'm okay with it as well. Oh man, we gotta go kill the Pirate King. We'll do that after we have a few thousand Omicron worth of DPS. That way it's an easy fight. All hull and thruster builds. Or armor, yeah. You're right. The PvP is only active in the core, so you have to cross the barrier before it's PvP active. But yeah, you're 100% right. Like, you can't really, like, the way I see it is, I probably won't have more than one sector that's automatically mining Avorion and Ogonite in the core, just because I'm going to want to have like 3 or 4 ships in that sector just to guard that one ship to make sure other players don't go and take my stuff. And so, like, well, I'm kind of curious to see how it works. Other than that, like, basically the way I'm going to gather Avorion and Ogonite is salvaging the ships that warp in while I'm in the core, you know, playing actively, so I can warp away and stuff like that. Granted, I don't know. So, like, the hyperspace overloader that you use to take on Botan, I wonder if that works on other players in a PvP environment. If it does, that could be, like, terrifying. Another player warps in with one of those equipped, you can't get away, and their ship is like 20 times better than yours, so you just get melted. I wonder if that's a thing or not. There's probably a forum somewhere for the server that has answers to questions like that, but I'm too lazy to look at that. I'll figure it out later. Oh, it doesn't? Okay, yeah. If it doesn't, that's great, because, you know, I probably won't be playing around in the barrier until I have 100% hyperspace cooldown. That way I know I can warp out immediately if anyone comes in to try to destroy my stuff. Oh, okay. It only works on Botan. Okay, cool. I figured it'd either be that or it would apply to, like, PvP stuff, too. So, that's good. Good to know. Anyway, it should be interesting. Like, I haven't encountered any other players quite yet. Granted, there's only one other guy online, so it's okay. And that's probably why the server's not super duper laggy. But, I am interested to kind of see how that works, all things considered. Alright, hell yeah, man. Join on in. This is my first time doing multiplayer, too. Like, I've always heard it's too laggy to play and stuff like that, but thus far, like, yeah, there's lag spikes here and there, but it's not terrible. Nice. No, that's awesome. I like the economy part too. Like, that's one of my favorite parts of this game is the economy behind it. So really, I only go across the barrier so I can get the Avorion, so I can warp across rifts and stuff like that. Outside of that, and like to get higher tech turrets and stuff like that, but other than that, there's not really a reason to go in the core. It's no different than outside. Like the stations will cost the same. You'll get paid the same amount of credits for building them. So realistically, it's better to build them out farther away from the core or out of PvP areas. That way, you can just generate credits and not have to worry about protecting the station. As long as there's not a player in that sector with that station, pirates won't spawn in. So, yeah, you can do that. Unless they've changed it for this particular server, which I don't know. Anyway, sorry, rambling. It's just Rusty's server, and it's the US one, not the EU one that I'm playing on. It does start you in random sectors, though, so, like, I don't know if you're going to start super close or not, but that's okay. I think we still should be able to join up in an alliance and stuff like that, if you want. Yeah, the downloader was super nice, in my opinion, because it's all integrated in. Like, I didn't actually have to do anything except for, say, connect and download, which is awesome, because most of the time you have to mess around in the file folders and your mod folder and all this kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, it works the first time, too, which is amazing, because I've played a lot of modded stuff in my time as well, and it rarely just, like, works, so, yeah. That's a good shout out. Like, definitely the mod downloader for this is pretty solid. Ah, thanks for the follow. 100% appreciate that, Stallbrand. We're getting closer to the 50 that I need to reach affiliate, so I do appreciate it. Everyone helps, and you will be listed as the most recent follower until someone else follows the Twitch channel. Oh, awesome. I'm glad I got that right. I was shooting in the dark. I figured it was like the HL sound was kind of like a German type pronunciation, like how those consonants sound. I don't know. Anyway, well, cool. I'm glad. I'm glad I pronounced your name right. It's Swedish. Awesome. That's dope. Um, so I'm gonna see if I can just add you to the alliance straight out. Members, invite player. There it is. Invite. So you should have an invite in your mailbox. So you can join the alliance. Not that there's a whole lot of stuff in there yet, but anyway. And there is going to be at least one other player that's going to join in with us, Stallbrand. So it's Vaulted EX. He's tuned in a couple of the past streams, but he's going to join in probably tomorrow. And we're going to hop on and play on the server for a little bit. So there will be at least 3 of us starting out. So who knows, we might be able to scale some big resources and things like that, and kind of build a nice size economy for ourselves. And let me just make sure, so I am going to go in the alliance here real quick and make sure that you're set to where you can actually like do everything. So add, spend, take, manage stations, found stations. Okay, so I'm gonna make you a member. Oh, whoops. I just want it to be... So did it save that? I think it did. Okay. Assign rank. Member. And we're gonna give you a cooler emblem. Can I change these? I thought I could change these. Alright, well, anyway, you should be able to add and remove stuff from the Alliance Bank, manage found stations, found ships, manage ships. You can do, basically you have access to manage everything inside the Alliance, but you can't promote or demote people, you can't negotiate with other factions for the Alliance, and you can't kick people from the Alliance. As of right now. That might change later, it depends on how big we get and stuff like that, and if needs change and what you want to do, that kind of thing. But you should be able to access everything with the Alliance as far as benefits are concerned at this point. So what I am going to try to do, at least on my end, when I build auto mining ships, I'm just going to have them mine for the Alliance. So the resources are going to go into the Alliance bank, and then if I need resources to build the ship, I'll just pull them out of the bank, build what I'm going to build, and transfer that ship to the Alliance if that's where it's going to go, type of a thing. So if you want to do something similar, awesome. If not, that's cool too. I'm not too worried about it. You don't have to put anything in the Alliance. You can just pull out as well, and I'll be alright with that. So. Oh, okay, cool. So you do start in the same starting region, it looks like. That's actually kind of nice to know. The other thing I did want to talk about while I'm thinking about it, so this Friday is the next season launch for Path of Exile, the Ultimatum League, and I'm really excited about it. I put together my own custom build this time. It's the first time I've really made my own build going into a league start, as opposed to just using a pre-established build guide type thing. So I'm stoked to try that out. I'm going to stream on Friday, the league start, leveling through that build and all that kind of good stuff. So if you are interested in Path of Exile at all, and want to just check out the new league, watch someone play and die a lot most likely, or, you know, even party up, tune in to the stream on Friday. I'm not 100% sure what time it's going to start because I don't 100% know what time the league is going to drop or be open for people to play on Friday, but it will start sometime midday Friday most likely, and then carry out for several hours. So it'll be a long stream Friday. So if you're into Path of Exile and a good time on Twitch streaming live, yeah, normally it's like 12 or 1, so it'll probably be around 12 or 1 Pacific time, which is what I'm based on. So if you want to tune in around there, I'll probably be streaming at that time, and I'll probably be streaming for most of that day. Anyway, tune in if you would like for Path of Exile. From Breach to about Legacy, yeah. Lately, I mean, I played the last league start, but I didn't actually get all the way through Act 10. Like I got up to the Katava fight, and then I was like, no, I can't be bothered. But I am interested about this league mechanic because basically there's supposedly a way with this mechanic that you can double currency if you're... So, like, basically you summon packs of progressively harder monsters in order to get a reward, and, like, you roll the reward every time, and it increases the difficulty of the monsters to give you better stuff, and you do get all of them. But if you die or you lose the, like, trial thing, you lose all of the rewards that you've earned up to that point, or if you're staking currency to double it, you lose all the currency. But it could be pretty crazy for League Start especially. Like, you have, for example, you get one of those trials that's double your Exalt or with a minimum of 5 or something like that. Well, if you win that and you risk the 5 Exalts, well, now you've got 10, which is crazy to think about. So I'm kind of... there's a lot of cool things like that. Supposedly there's also a lot of reworks to the player economy and things like that too that are coming out. So I'm going to try it out at least. I'm hoping I can get all the way through Act 10 on Friday, but I don't know how far I'll actually make it. It depends on how long it takes me, I suppose. I'm no speedrunner at it at all, but I go decently quick, I guess. Normally it's like 5-6 hours to get through all the acts for me. What kind of builds do you normally play? That's pretty quick. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I'm not. Yeah, I've watched some of the pros at Path of Exile play, so I try. Like, I guess I hold myself to that kind of standard, and those guys do it in like 2-3 seconds or 2-3 hours, not seconds. And it's crazy to think about. Yeah, it's so fast. Yeah, not speedrun fast, but it's still good and fast. Like, especially for a league start. I like to play League Start if I'm going to play the League at all, just so I can grind out currency by getting legendaries and uniques early on and selling them to players that are looking for that specifically before there's a lot of them. So they cost a lot more. But it kind of depends on how lucky you get to. Supposedly, they've reworked how easy it is to get like Tabula Rasas or 6 links in general. So I'm kind of curious to see if that's actually the case. I know last League Start, I did get a Tabula Rasa natural drop before I even hit Act 8, which seemed crazy to me because literally every other league that I've played, it's taken me like 10 hours of running Blood Aqueduct to get the divination cards to get a tab if I wanted it, without, you know, paying someone for it, I mean. But, like, anyway. I'm going to warp out of here because I don't really want to deal with pirates. That guy doesn't have a resource depot, but this one does. Because I think we do have a little bit of ore on board. It's a shame. I would like to mine that titanium. but I have a feeling that the pirates will get here before that, so. But anyway, what kind of builds do you like to run? Or did you used to run, I guess, is maybe more accurate. Okay, nice. That's awesome. I normally play like literally 90% of my builds have been witches, like spellcaster focus. So like I played necromancer a couple times. I've done spellslinger. I've done an arc witch before. Let's see. The only one that hasn't been like a witch character, I did a Templar, I believe. Or no, it wasn't a Templar, it was a chieftain. And it was basically like an impale character. Yeah, League start with an arc witch is pretty solid because you can get through like fast consistently. And once you get through once, you can grind out enough currency at League start that you can build the character you actually want. Yeah, Cyclone Raider is supposed to be pretty good. Blade Blast, Blade Fall is supposed to be pretty good. Essence Drain Contagion Spellslinger is pretty good as well. Or just Essence Drain Contagion in general is not bad. What I'm going to do this league, though, is I'm doing like a Templar. It's like a Totem Fire Mage like thing. Yeah, I didn't really like how Essence Drain Contagion Spellslinger played. Like, I did not like it. Honestly, I thought my Necromancer was way better. And I died way less often because you have the extra aggro being drawn onto your minions as opposed to you. But I know a lot of people swear by Essence, ED, Contagion, whatever. And that just wasn't my experience with it. I probably played it wrong. But whatever, that's fine. I'm pretty stoked for this build, though. It should be fun. Like, I haven't played a Templar before. Yeah, exactly. It takes way long to get to them. So it's like, and you're super duper squishy. So if anything hits you, you die. And yeah, if your Essence Drain would have actually hit, you would have been fine because you would have recovered enough life. But it hits after you die. Was my experience. So yeah, I got nuked all the time with that build, and so I probably won't play that kind of build again. Maybe I'll do it if I have a ton of currency or something so I can stack it with really good gear or whatever. But anyway, I'm excited though. Playing totems should be fun. I've watched a few people or a few totem builds just to get an idea of kind of the play style, and it seems to be kind of like my play style, the play style I like. It is going to be like a massive AoE type character, like fire AoE with totems is basically what the build's going to be. And I think it's going to do pretty good. Like the path of building on it, and this is just with generic gear that had the links because I had to throw some in. And it's saying that my main cast should be like 1.4 mil DPS. My totem should be doing like 200,000 DPS per totem, and I've got multiple totems, and I'll be able to, I can only summon one, but I've got multiple totems, so there will be two or three on the screen, so it like doubles it or triples it. So that's not bad for a secondary skill. And then for my curse proc, the skill that does that is another like 250,000 damage. So basically like the combo for it, it's going to be 3 buttons, maybe 4 if I decide to, because it also has flame wall for crowd control. So like basically what you do, you proc all your curses, you drop a flame wall on them, you drop your totem next to them, and then you cast your main. And they should be nuked before you even cast your main most of the time, unless it's something really strong. But we'll see if that's actually how it plays or not, because it's not tested. I thought about testing it before the end of the league, but it's not, I don't have like a bunch of currency from this league because I literally only played one character and didn't even finish all the acts, so it's not like I can try out gear and figure out what kind of gear to get or anything, so I just figure I'll try it out at league start and see. Hopefully it works, which it probably will. I mean, Path of Exile is a game where I don't play hardcore, so if I die, it's not the end of the world for me. So, like, it's fairly forgiving. Like, if you can die, it's fairly forgiving, because if you try enough times, you'll eventually, like, get past wherever you are, type of a thing. So, we'll see. I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. So, our mining turret, iron, huh? Or I could just get a regular... Oh, there are titanium R miners. I could buy one of those. I could sell him... If I unequipped this guy right here, which we aren't going to use anymore now that we've got the titanium ones, I can maybe sell that to him. So, interesting. This resource depot trades equipment. I guess that is a mod. Because I'm pretty sure that is not a thing that happens in the base game. Because I've never had that option before. Okay, cool. So, iron, sell that. Cool. And we should be able to buy the second titanium R. We just won't have any money left. But I think these are single slaughters. So we should be able to put 2 R miners on our ship. Which will make resource collection so much juicier. So much better. We'll take off one of the chain guns so we can have the 2. We will have to hire some crew. Not a big deal. We're docked to a station, so... And it's a miner. I'm pretty sure the... Well, even if they don't, not a big deal. It's one guy. Cool. Ah, damn it. We need a sergeant. Should have saw that coming. Let that upgrade. Or update. Because it's not detecting the new crew. In the meantime, we'll start this refining. Get our iron. It's only like 900, but still, at this stage, that's a lot for us. Cool. Now our crew's figured out. Alright. So now we've got our mining turrets. Which, heck yeah. I'll take that. And they're titanium. So I am going to go find some fucking neonite. Because I'm ready to start scaling some shields. I do want to fly back over here real quick, because I'm going to increase the blockage on our ship, and we're probably going to have to buy more crew. So, crew quarters, cargo bay is what I want. I don't have... Oh, I have no money now. Lol. Okay. I have to actually dock, because I don't have a transporter yet. And what we'll do is we'll just sell a little bit of resources. So... I know I'm trying to gather neonite, but I'm going to sell the 400 neonite. And I'm going to sell 300 titanium. And then we're going to sell like 2,600 iron. Okay, that should be enough to expand our cargo base. That way we can mine for a while. Because I hate having to go back and forth a billion times in order to do the mining. So, okay, we'll start with that. That gives us how much cargo space? We've got 1,800. That's actually pretty good. Let's look. Our mining lasers. I don't need instructions for that. I do want to look at sector overview. And we're going to go in... Not used to docking anymore. Yeah, no, it takes a minute to remember, like, oh yeah, I don't have my good ship anymore. It's, yeah. It sucks, but it's alright. So I'm gonna fly over and sell this carbon real quick. It'll give us like 900 credits, which since we only have 1300 is actually quite a bit for us. Really what I need to do is go find another claimable asteroid real quick so I can get a little bit more cash. And you know what? That station's far away and our ship is slow as hell. We're just gonna go. Hopefully there's a claimable in this sector. So we did find a claimable asteroid, that is good. And this trading post buys 3 of the things that we've got in our cargo bay. So we'll go sell over there. Also, since we're flying through asteroids, there will probably be some more asteroids for us to mine and try out our mining lasers. Which should be quite good for us at this point, so we can gather some more iron and titanium, either to sell to generate some starting credits to increase our ship, or just to use to increase the size of our ship in general. And I know I said that the rep is typically more valuable than the extra credits, but in this instance, since we are low on credits, I am going to take the extra credits over the rep. Next one that we find, if it's in this faction's range, we will take the rep instead of the credits. Perfect. Subspace signals, hell yes. Because the faction can kill those pirates and I can steal their turrets and stations. Or systems, not stations. Can steal their stuff. Which will be good. And if they spawn in close enough to me, I can pop in like 10 DPS worth of damage with my chain gun turret and then get some credits from the faction out of it and some reputation. We'll go to the resource depot first since it's 10 kilometers closer. Then we'll go to the trading post, sell off some of this cargo. And then we'll probably change sectors, see if we can find another well, we'll wait. No, it actually probably would be better to go to a different sector than this. There just isn't a better one to jump to. So we'll wait for the pirates to spawn in, I guess. That way the faction that's here can defeat the pirates and we can get some rep with the faction we're not super good standing with yet. We're just neutral. And that would be good. And we'll get more credits, so I guess that'd be good too. But let's take a look at this equipment dock. Or resource depot rather. They might actually have some more turrets for us because they did the last time. Now I don't know if they only sell mining turrets and salvage lasers and stuff like that or what, but we'll check while we're here. Might as well. Sold out at the moment. Alright, fine. Oh, they're not anymore. Cool. So these are all iron level and they're just mining turrets, so I guess you can get mining turrets from resource depots now, which I guess kind of makes sense and is kind of helpful because there's a lot more resource depots than equipment docks, so finding like Xanian level R mining lasers, for example, will probably be a lot easier, I would imagine. I am going to hire some crew here real quick because we have the capacity for it. And I know I'm going to like need this crew. So let's go in. Put these guys all assigned. Okay, we do need to expand the crew quarters, but I'm going to expand the generator and all this stuff at the same time, so like that's okay. I'm not too concerned about it. That's a gyro array, I think. I'm just going to delete that. Fuck it. Not that big of a deal. Okay. Crew's kind of taken care of. I'm just going to expand it a little bit more in case we need more. I do kind of want to transform our engines into titanium level to get that little bit of extra speed out of them. Same with the... nope, don't convert that. I want that to be thrusters. Upgrade the thrusters. Which I think all of these are actually showing on this design. I haven't clad everything in armor quite yet. But that should help our like maneuverability and everything quite a bit. We did that one already, I think. Okay, I think that's all the thrusters. Cool. Let's go ahead and expand the generator a little bit. Add in a couple more segments. We'll expand the container. We can't expand the container. Damn it. We're probably out of titanium to be able to put in the integrity field too. Yeah, we are. Alright. We need to mine more titanium. Then we'll expand our... We'll add the integrity field because we don't have that yet. And we'll probably do some other goodies as well. Not a big deal. Minus key to close that one out. But anyway, let's go to the trading post, sell out our cargo, and we're gonna go. Hopefully the pirates will have warped in by then, but not too bad. I think the resource gathering is gonna go a lot faster now that we've got a faster ship that's more maneuverable, and B, these are mining lasers that are decent efficiency. Those are usually finding our mining lasers with good efficiency is one of the biggest struggles when first starting out and gathering resources. So the fact that we've got decent ones pretty early on is really good for us. So sell our carbon, get some creds, and get some creds. So we made a few thousand credits there. Not a whole lot, but that's okay. We got all that stuff for free just from mining because asteroids now drop what do you call it? The cargo. They drop cargo now, which is kind of cool. So like we've gathered all this stuff from mining, even though like you didn't used to get that kind of stuff. There are pirates in this sector, so I could go in that sector and loot over there. And I think I might do that. Because I know there's asteroids in that sector. There's not a claimable one, but that's okay. Really, I'm after titanium at this point. Like, I want more titanium. That way I can finish putting on the integrity field and increasing the armor on the ship. Like, those are the two things I really want to do. Now, I don't know how strong these guys are, but I have a feeling that our weak single chain gun is not going to be able to handle them. Otherwise, I would try to save that station. So, you know what we're going to do instead is we're going to warp out. Sorry, bud. I wish I could help you. I really do. But we are not strong enough to take on 3 pirates yet. Even though they are on the outer fringe, we are playing on insane difficulty, so those ships, since they are basically the same size as my ship, they're going to be way stronger because they have better turrets, meaning they actually have like a real combat turret as opposed to like a pea shooter, which is what I call the starter chain gun, because it does like 10 DPS, which is nothing. Like literally it would take like 10 seconds to break 1 block of hull made of iron. So yeah, our weapon capability is pretty bad on this ship at the moment. It'll get better though. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep on pushing in towards the Neonite region, because yeah, it'd be great to get all the titanium blocks that I want on the ship right away, but assuming we have enough health to not get headhunted down in the Neonite regions, it's going to be worth our while to just go there and mine instead, because there will be more titanium, and we'll also be gathering the Neonite we're going to want in order to upgrade our generators, thrusters, shields, all of those good things. So I'm just gonna go gather it. And in addition, you can sell Neonite for like twice as much as titanium. So if that's gonna be like, normally starting off I do a combination of selling asteroids, selling some of the resources I've mined, and like looting like pirate crashes or like taking out pirates in order to get enough credits to kind of get started a little bit in the game, meaning to get some decent DPS so I can do some raiding, get some auto miners set up so I can get some resources coming in, those types of things. And it does pretty good for me most of the time. I mean, like, we'll kind of see. Hopefully it will still work for me now, which it should. I mean, like, I don't know. It's very rare that this method of doing the progression doesn't work, so okay, we're looking for northeast, just right here. It won't let me select that sector to jump to, so that's okay. We're just not going to go there. Oh, it selected it now. All right, fine. It's not going to calculate it. Okay, if we get to the jump gate first, we'll just go through that. Yeah, you know what, I'm not going to warp there. Can I cancel that? No, I have to reset it after we warp. Okay, fine. Let's go through the gate. just to see what this next sector in the chain is going to be. But we do have a lot more generator capacity now, which is nice, so we can boost and get up a lot faster. So 2,000 meters per second is way better. Really, I want to get around 3,000 meters per second or so, because if you're at 3K meters per second, basically you're faster than every ship that's NPC made or NPC controlled, so you can run away from literally any fight if you need to, which is a good place to be. Just in case, because I hate having to, pay at the pay at the repair dock or whatever, a reconstruction token or whatever the credit cost of the ship is and all that kind of garbage. So it's just expensive and kind of not necessary in my mind. So I try to build the ship capable of escaping combat if it needs to, type of a deal. So we're going to do some dangerous shit real quick. We're going to warp into some empty space. And I say it's dangerous because empty space in this region is where SWACs will spawn or the AI. If it's the AI, it's not going to be a big deal because we don't have any Zotan artifacts yet. If it's SWACs, though, it will be a big deal because he's going to ask for credits that we're not going to have and attack us. And since there's so many pirates in there, we'll most definitely get destroyed. And we won't be able to warp out because we'll be jammed basically on our hyper core. So yeah, hopefully we don't encounter SWACs. We probably won't. It's not a super high chance that that'll happen, but it is a possibility. However, if he's not there and it's just an empty sector, our hyper core will recharge in half the time, I think. So it does make it a lot faster when you're trying to get in or get across vast distances of the galaxy quickly. You just warp into empty sector so you don't have to wait as long in between jumps. Yeah, I get you on that, man. I would love to get, like, any type of turret system would be great. Or, like, a warp core system would be great, too. Either one, or both. Preferably both. But, yeah, I haven't really encountered any pirates that I've been able to loot yet. And I don't have a salvaging laser yet. I didn't buy one from the starting equipment dock. I figure I'll wait until I get a little bit farther in. Buy it at the Neonite level. Because most of the ships aren't built out of Xanian, even right up against the barriers, so if you can salvage up to Trinium, you can salvage most ships. Until you cross the barrier, obviously. But I'm thinking that actually isn't the best way to go. Really, I want to go, like, down at the same time, so like right here maybe. I'm gonna take a quick break. When I come back, I'll load back into this sector, but I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. So there are pirates here. Not great. I don't really want to deal with that. But they've jammed us. Fuck. We're probably screwed. Alright, let's try to fly away. There is a torpedo bastard right here, though. I might be able to steal whatever this is, hopefully. Hopefully we'll fly close enough for it to come to us. Yep, cool. And it is a turret system. It's only white level, so not super great, but better than nothing. Alright, so it looks like we de-aggroed those pirates, so that is good. We'll just wait for our hyperdrive to cool down so we can get to the next system. Yeah, that's for sure. So I can definitely fly back to this system once we get a little bit better gun. And we can fight some pirates, because typically when there's 3 pirates in a sector like this, if you kill 2 of them when there's just 1 left, it'll summon more, and it'll do that a couple times. So yeah, this will be a good sector to come back to. Oh, the faction turret factory processor. Yeah, you're right. That'd be pretty good too. 100%. I'm gonna buy those because I feel like having the extra warp range and cooldown is gonna be really useful for us. I could get salvaging lasers because then I could at least consider doing some salvaging. They're 2 slots each, so really I can only fit 1, but I could buy 2 of them. It'd be better if they're titanium. I'll maybe just buy 1 for now. That way I can salvage if I so desire. But let's go ahead and install permanently both of these. Oh, I can only do 1. Okay. Otherwise we'll run out of battery. But if I install this permanently, it'll give us 2 slots. Or 2 more slots, I should say. So I can throw on this salvaging turret. And we do need probably like what, a miner? Just 1. Cool. Got that. There's pirates here. So I won't be able to defeat the pirates, but if I can figure out where they are, I can go collect the loot. Okay. Well, that's fine too, I guess. Turret factory, processors, there's a bunch of good stuff. So this is another good one. Tesla coils, teleporters. So like this faction, yeah, might be the one we're gonna raid. Even though it's right next to our friends, I think, yeah, they've got some pretty good factories in here. But with that single system upgrade, now we can jump way farther, which is great. And it should take us less time to recharge our stuff. Yeah, for real, like, raiding that sector would be awesome. There's probably like 20 to 30 million worth of credits of stolen cargo if you just sell it as stolen without unbranding it. Like, that's how much loot is probably in that sector. If you were to unbrand everything and sell it at max profit or whatever, based using the trading system where it's highest price or 30% demand for the stuff, you probably could get more like 50 million out of it. But anyway, yeah, I agree. It's a good one. Oh yeah, easily. And I don't know if it scales how much stuff is worth with the difficulty, but I don't think it does. But even so, like, there's so many good like stations right there. Like the Tesla coil ones, those are great because you get 2 types of items that sell for like 50, or it's not that much. I think it's like 30k a piece if they're stolen to the smuggler outpost. So that's a good system right there. And they have a bunch of like processor factories and stuff in addition to that, so I normally try to 4.7k to unbrand. Yeah, so it costs money to unbrand it. I just sell it straight to the smugglers as opposed to unbranding it and selling it at the actual station. I know you make more money. Yeah, it might be something like that. Either way, and the reason why I don't unbrand it is because I don't like having to fly to a million fucking sectors to get the profit out of raiding one station. I'd rather just raid all the stations, sell it to the smugglers, warp back to another sector, do it over, and repeat that. So basically what I look for is a faction with a lot of really high profit stations. Like the stations make things that sell for a lot of money base. There's a smuggler's outpost within warp range, and then I just destroy everything and sell it to the smugglers. And you don't get as much money doing it that way as you would if you unbranded everything, but I normally don't have a cargo hold big enough to hold the loot from every single station at one time. So I'd rather be able to just do all the raiding at one point and then be done with it, type of a thing. Yeah, well, that's a decent strategy too. Like some of the items, so like vehicles or mining robots and stuff like that, those I will unbrand because it is worth it. Like those sell to stations even if they're not at a good rate, at close to 100,000 per for each one. So like, yeah, it costs you 5K to unbrand each one, but if you have 20 of them, you invest 100K and you'll get like 2 million out of it. So it's pretty good. We are probably in the Neonite region now, mainly because of this, is why I'm thinking that. Since we only have that one garbage turret right now that's giving us damage at all. But that's actually a good thing, because if we find any asteroids out here, they'll sell for like 100K more a piece. And we'll be able to start gathering Neonite, which sells for double the titanium. And we want Neonite for shields and stuff like that anyway, so I'm pretty stoked. So there is Neonite here, so we are in Neonite space, and there's a claimable right there, so I guess we'll fly over to the claimable first, and we'll just mine the asteroids that are near that. Because I think it's just the one, I don't think there's a second one in here. Let me just double check. Yeah, it does look like it's just the one.
You'll be okay, shit. Motown shit, bitch.
Anyway. Let me do this. Real quick. Okay, cool. But cool. So we should get a few 100,000 credits out of this asteroid, at the very least. And there are some good mineable asteroids in this sector for us as well. So I'll probably harvest up some Neonite and titanium and such in this asteroid field before I move on to the next sector. I am going to have to warp somewhere, though, to refine the ores that I am gathering. But we'll kind of queue that up so it's ready, just in case pirates warp in, we're already ready to go. But yeah, we'll claim this and sell it first, then we'll mine the asteroids nearby. And we'll probably fly over to the other field, because there's a lot of Neonite in that other field. So, sell this. For this one, we probably aren't very good standing with these guys, so we will sell it to them and get the extra rep. And let's get some Neonite. So as far as like what I'd like to have happen, I would like to get at least one automated mining ship up and running before ending the stream. That might be kind of difficult to do, just because I did not pick up any captains before leaving the good reputation standing faction that we started in. So you can only hire captains at factions you have reached good standing or better with, I believe. So yeah, I won't be able to hire captains from any of the factions around here most likely, which is okay, but this is where I want the auto miner. So normally what I try to do is pick up like 2 or 3 captains before I leave the starting faction and just carry them around on the ship or whatever. And then once I find places I want to leave them that's not near a good rep faction, I can still set up the ship there because I've got the captain. But it also does matter a little bit too, since you can't build generators and stuff unless there's a shipyard in the sector. So you also have to like find a shipyard close to where you want to put the ship and all that kind of stuff too. Anyway, not too big of a deal. I do like setting up the auto miners, like it is a fun process for me. But anyhow. Oh, really? Okay. That might be a thing then. I don't know. And if that's the case, that's fine. Then we won't do that. Maybe we'll stop when we hit like 100k shields or something like that instead. Let's do that. Let's just say when we hit 100k shields, we're going to call the stream there. That'll still take us a little while because we're going to need a lot of Neonite and credits in order to pull that off. And I'm going to have to scale up the ship in other ways besides just shields in order to kind of support that. So 100k shields and maybe 100k hull. Those are our 2 requirements, and we're going to do that before we wrap up the stream. It'll take us a little bit, but it won't take us that long. I'm thinking maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. So basically, like their microtransaction gives you like better configs. Alright, that's not terrible then. I was thinking it was more like, oh, pay us money and we'll give you like some resources type stuff. It's a Patreon. Oh, it's a subscription thing. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it in all honesty. Like, it's nice to have the trickle of resources coming in, but I can kind of like just have a fleet of ships and have them fly with me. So what you do is you just set them to escort, and then once you reach a sector that you want to mine out and you know you're going to be in this area of space for a while, you just set your miners in there, drop them off, have them mine everything while you're, building your stations or whatever you're doing, and go from there. And like ultimately, like what my plan is before I cross the barrier, like I want to build a like main hub like sector right on the edge of the barrier that has like literally one of every type of station inside of it as a factory chain, to make use of the station hub mod that they have in this server, that basically syncs up all cargo bays for all your stations. So I want to do that, and in that sector is where I'm going to store the fleet. So like basically I'll log out from the home sector, and then when I log back into the server, it's non-PvP still because it's not in the core, so it won't get damaged by players. It won't get attacked by factions either, because I think you do get pirate protection when you're offline. I'm not 100% on that, but I think they do that. And then, and even if they don't, it should be okay. There'll be enough ships there that there'll be combat strength to defend the sector. Like I'll have my main ship in there, and typically my main ship is like significantly stronger than the defender ships I have guarding my stations, so it should be okay. But then, like, if we do have that amount of stations, though, even if the resource demand for the items they're selling is not super great, just the sheer number of different resources you're making, and a lot of them being the high-end station stuff, so like mining robots and shit that sell for 100 grand even when they're cheap. Like you will the Alliance will have a ton of credits coming in, is kind of what the idea is. That way, if we add in new players or like a new player joins and gets in on our alliance, we can kind of help give them some stuff to get started with so they can, you know, advance and like be useful type of a thing. And not saying that they won't be useful if they can't do everything that we can do. More like if they can get to the Xanian region in like 20 minutes, because that's how long it takes for their cooldown between sectors to jump. That's a lot better than it taking them 20 hours to get there because they don't have the like resources to build a ship that can fly in that region. Is kind of what I'm thinking. So that's what I want to do. Whether or not that actually happens, we'll see. Depends on how much I play this, which is most likely going to be a lot. I love Avorion. This is like one of those games for me that's super addicting. Oh, I lost my connection. That's a shame. Yeah, you can put military stations with rail guns near the warp. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, the server died. Okay. It looks like it's back up. I'm going to try to rejoin real quick and see if it actually lets me. And if it doesn't, I'm probably going to just call the stream here. If it does, we'll play for a little bit longer and try to hit our goals on our shield and our hull before wrapping up. So it says loading. I did reactivate my game capture, but since it's on the loading screen, it hasn't. Streamlabs hasn't picked it up, so we'll swap back over. But yeah, it's still loading, so there's nothing to see yet anyway. Okay, so it is letting me load back in. Okay, so I don't know if that was just like a high latency thing or something, or what, or maybe it was a server backup or something. Okay, that's fine. There are going to be pirates warping in here, and there are not corvettes, so I would prefer to warp to a sector that has some corvettes inside of it before these pirates show up. That way the faction can defeat them for me, and I can pick up the systems or turrets if they drop any, which hopefully they do. Okay, that makes sense then. Per player in Alliance is 7. Okay, so I think the active sectors, what that's talking about, that's the max number of sectors you can have like a station in or an auto miner ship or something like that. Like it won't allow you to place another station beyond your 7 sector claim unless you've paid for the 9 or 12 or whatever. And if you haven't, then it just won't let you build it. Is my guess on how that works. I don't actually know, but that'd be my guess. But that's not too bad. 32 ships and 42 stations for each player. That's not terrible either. Basically, you just will deactivate stations at a certain point if you need to build more, I guess. Shit, okay. That is not good. I guess those are Zotans. And since I was mining and not paying attention, they dropped my shields. Okay, we need to warp out. Actually, it's better to go here. Cool. And if we can avoid damage long enough, our shields will recharge, but we don't have a large shield capacity right now anyway, but still. So let's see, I don't think we've gathered all that much. Maybe a few thousand of everything, so... titanium, we've got like almost 14k. Neonite, we've got about 12k. Iron, we've got about 1,000, so not a whole lot, but it's something. We should be able to increase our shields quite a bit with that Neonite. And we can build a lot of titanium armor with, you know, 50, after the tax it'll probably be more like 10,000, but even so with 10,000 that's enough. You can build a lot of armor with that because it's pretty cheap. Big asteroid field here. I am looking for a claimable because I'm betting that there is one in here. Oh, maybe not. Okay, fine. I really need a resource depot, is what I need. For two reasons. One, I want to refine all my ore, but also, since we're in the Neonite region and resource depots sell mining turrets, I should be able to get some Neonite ore miners and upgrade our mining capability. That way, if we encounter trinium by chance, we can actually mine it. And it'll also speed up our mining time because the Neonite lasers have a higher efficiency, higher DPS when compared with titanium ones. Especially when mining Neonite and below. So they don't have any arm mining turrets that are neonite level at the moment. So I think I will just wait because there's always more resource depots. So we'll refine this up. Oh, we're not docked anymore. Well, it says I'm docked. What the hell? I am docked to the station. Don't do this, please. Just refine the damn ores. Okay. It says docked. It says docked. Let's try the other dock. And I know it's probably just server lag, but also this is sketching me out because I don't want to log out since I've put all my fucking resources in here now. If I log out, they'll probably disappear. Because the player who put them in there is no longer, like, in sector. We'll see, though. You can do it, friend. Already have it running. Okay, so they started it. Good. It only took, you know, changing docks and, you know, like 20 button clicks. Alright, good. Whatever. That works. We get our resources. I'm mostly excited for the neonite and titanium because we should be able to do some pretty cool stuff with that. We're going to take all those. And just so we have enough credits, I am going to sell. So if I sell like 45 or not 12, 4,500 titanium, that'll give us a little bit. And then if I sell like 1,300 neonite, give us a little bit more. Okay, let's start with that and see how much we can add. So we're trying to scale our shields and our hull. So we're starting out with 18k hull and about 3k shields. Let's see how beefy we can get. So shield generator, we're gonna drop these gyros because I don't really need them. That is basically all the shield we can place. So we're almost up to 10k now, so that is quite a bit better. We'll be able to do more with the armor though, which I'm quite excited about. So what I like to do usually is plate stuff. And normally by doing this, it's not that expensive. Like we're using maybe 20 titanium. Okay, so that's 44, but it costs like no money to do this. And it increases your hull quite a bit. Didn't delete that. Come on. Lag. Give it a sec to catch up. Okay, cool. We got some turrets for our mining. That's great. Okay, we'll do that. Then what we can do is clad the rest of the ship. And this is a fairly ugly design, but that's okay. I'm not super duper concerned about that necessarily. I'm more concerned about just having the stats to be able to fly where I want to be able to fly. Like I want to be able to get this ship all the way up to Xanian region, so I need to scale the hull strength and the shield strength quite a bit if I'm not going to be able to scale the DPS strength. Which I'm not until I have more credits and access to better turrets. So, but this is super easy to do. It would go even faster if I put on mirrors. So like if I turn on X mirrors, it's going to do both sides now as opposed to just one, so it'll go a lot faster. And just like that, we're basically done. Cladding most of the ship. I mean, we can add even more. Like, I haven't done the cargo bays on the bottom yet, I guess. Okay. Let this update for a second. Okay, cool. So we got that kind of stuff done. We're up to about 40k hull, which is quite a big improvement, honestly. Something we could do as well. So our speed and our maneuverability has suffered as a result of adding all this armor. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add in some more engines. We're going to put a couple bigger ones, like right here on the wings. Make them slightly longer, maybe. Like that. Put one top and bottom. Think that's in line? No, it's not quite. There we go. Okay, let's throw in some thrusters, just for good measure. And we're going to shrink these just a smidge lit, kind of like that. They need to be a little thinner, a little wider. And this will greatly improve our maneuverability and such. I am just going to break these real quick and add in the cargo bays that I want. Since we've got the credits in iron, it's kind of like might as well. We will delete this hole real quick though. Because I basically want those to be big boxes. And what I can do after I finish placing all this is I can go through and hit consolidate blocks. And what that does for you is it basically, like, if two of the same type of block are touching, it will automatically combine them into one block instead of it taking up the two blocks like it does by default. So that is a good way as well to kind of reduce that type of stuff. Okay, so we are basically out of titanium. What I can do for the rest is I can put iron armor. It is quite heavy, so I will want to upgrade this to titanium armor as soon as possible, but it is going to increase our effective health pool and ensure that our thrusters don't get shot off by whatever pirate bastards are attacking us. So, okay, we got that kind of set up. Put one there. Do something like that. And yeah, this ship is quite heavy. Acceleration is not all that good either. Really, it needs another little bit. It needs more thrusters. So I guess we can put on some iron engines real quick. And we'll convert these to titanium ultimately, but delete off these sides. Do something like that. Sure. And that gets our acceleration a little bit better. We'll shrink these back down. Plate them in armor. Fronts as well. Get the sides of that. Okay. It says it'll let me place there. We'll see if it actually updates in places. If so, that'll be great. That'll add a big chunk. But we're at about 60k, 65k hull. We can easily hit the 100k mark just by adding in a little bit more. Okay, so we've got, I mean, it's pretty clunky looking, like it's boxy as hell, but I mean, I think for all intents and purposes, that is a decent upgrade to our ship. It is a hell of a lot stronger. Like, just by adding all that hull and shield strength, like, we no longer in danger of being hunted at all. Like, we're not even weak, because even though we have like a terrible weapon and everything, we're not. It's not a problem for us. So we need 13. Really, we don't. We need like 8. We needed 9. Damn. We need one more of those guys. So I'll grab 2, just in case we need an extra lieutenant. Okay, cool. Oh, we actually have some excess crew. I didn't realize that, but okay, cool. So we've got our ship upgraded. Yay us. Little bit boxy, little bit ugly, but for all intents and purposes, it's fairly effective. It should be, you know, pragmatic ship, all things considered. And what I'm gonna do, I am gonna template this, so I'm gonna make a new folder. Avorion insane ships. Or actually, I can just rename this insane. I know it's Avorion. Alright, whatever, who cares. Save current design. And I'm just going to template this as insane starter. Okay, cool. Good enough. And the reason why I call it insane starter ship is because it's insane difficulty, not because it's insanely good. Just for clarification there. Because it's not insanely good. So we do want to expand our generator capacity, you know, like sooner rather than later. Because, yeah, like, as you can see, 533 seconds to recharge our warp core at this point, because our generator doesn't have enough power to run everything. If we put on like another 5,000 titanium's worth in a generator block, that would probably fix that issue. I think this gate is going to warp us closer to trinium level, because it looked like we got our weak ship icon back on top of us, which means that we've probably advanced out of the neonite area, which is great. Gathering trinium is always a good thing as well. It's gonna be phenomenal when, like, we actually have generated energy so we can boost again. Oh, man. I should have thought about that before slamming a bunch of blocks on the ship. I spent all my titanium. And I might be able to put a neonite generator block on. Let's just see. 1.5. Yeah, that's not really going to make a difference, so we'll just wait. We'll wait until we have the titanium, then we can readjust the design and such. And we probably do have the titanium mine because I did mine a few asteroids, so we've got about 5,000 and 4,000, 4,500. I'll mine like maybe 2 more titanium asteroids and a couple more neonites. Depends on what these sectors are going to be, but if there's asteroids on the way, I'll mine them. Just so we have some stuff to turn in at the resource depot when we hit the next one. Hopefully the next resource depot will also have some neonite R minings or trinium R minings available to us. That way I can upgrade the mining turrets at the same time. That would be pretty amazing. Because we should be getting close to trinium space. We're getting pretty close to the barrier, all things considered. We're still a little bit away from Xanian. Like, we're probably about an hour and a half's gameplay away from reaching Xanian, but we might be able to hit trinium before we end the stream, which isn't terrible. I mean, for about 3 hours of gameplay, getting from start to trinium is pretty good. I think that's respectable, to say the least, but what do I know? I'm sure there's plenty of people that are way better than I am, just because I know how video games are. I'm decent at them, but I am nowhere near the best. I will say the time it takes to load the sectors is a little bit frustrating sometimes, because it does depend on the sector. Some it's not as bad as others, but some of them it does take quite a while to load in. And that's 100% has to do with the server uptime and the ping and stuff like that. Or not uptime, but upload speed. So the server's upload speed and its processing capabilities determines how long it takes to load in the sectors. So it's okay, not a big deal. Because like once you're in the sector, you can still fly without much issue. Like when it freezes when you're mining the asteroids, that's a little bit annoying, just because like a huge portion of this game is mining asteroids. So if it gets delayed due to lag of the server, it kind of sucks. But just because you encounter it all the time. But all things considered, I would say this server's pretty good. Like, I do like the mods, at least up to this point, that they have installed. They seem to be pretty good. I haven't really noticed any issues. Like Stallbrand pointed out earlier, as far as like getting them all installed, it's super duper easy. Like, one button push, it works the first time. You don't have to mess with a bunch of stuff. Like, basically when you connect to the server, it'll say connect and download mods. You click that button, it downloads the mods, and then you join the server, and that's about it. So that is pretty good because there's a lot of multiplayer modded stuff out there for a variety of games where it rarely works the first time and you have to troubleshoot a bunch of stuff in order to even get started with it. Whereas this one, it's not that way for this one, which is, it's definitely a good quality of life point, so it is worth mentioning as a positive for this server. As far as like potential negatives, the freezing on the asteroids, the load time, it did crash once. That kind of stuff kind of sucks. Some of the limiting factors on how many automated ships and sectors and stuff like that kind of isn't the best. I mean, there are remedies if you're willing to spend cash IRL to improve those, but even so, like, I don't really intend on spending money IRL to play on this server. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. Like, I do the same thing on my starter. It's kind of fun though because I usually end up sticking with a similar design. Like, once I build the starter ship, like, I just add blocks to it basically to upgrade it as opposed to redoing the template and building something new every time. So I kind of like spending a while on my starter ship. Granted, my ships are boxy as hell, so when I say spend a while, I mean like spend a while figuring out how many blocks I can put on. Frameworks, yeah. Frameworks are pretty good too. I've done that a couple of times. Normally what I do is I just hop into a creative mode game, build the ship the way I want it to look and everything without a resource limitation, and then template it. And you can do this similar thing, yeah. So it's just for the guts, yeah. Like what you can do is you hop into creative, you template out the ship, and so you can lower the resource costs and stuff like that. You can just build it with hull and different types of hull. That way you can highlight and change the view so you can transform the hull blocks that are in the interior to be like a generator or shield or cargo bay, depending on what you're going to use the ship for. But the base like health and stuff like that is going to be the same type of a deal. And you also probably want to have the generators kind of figured out before doing that. That way you don't have to adjust the shape of the ship and all that kind of noise when you can just go in and transform blocks is kind of the idea. And I've done that with a couple, but that was before they changed like the shield thing. So like none of those ships have armor on them because it wasn't worth putting armor on ships. Like it gave you no real benefit over just normal hull, except it slowed you down. So yeah, I didn't build any of my templates with armor, and I don't really want to go through and update them and all that noise. It's easier to just build new stuff. But I'm gonna go refine all this stuff, all this ore that we've gathered, so we can hopefully increase our generator so we're not dying every time we warp. I mean, 530 seconds hyperspace cooldown when you have 18% reduction and no hyperspace cores on your ship at all is pretty atrocious. So we really need to fix the generator. But once we get over to this resource depot, I'm also going to look and see if they have a whatchamacallit, a neonite arm mining laser or two, so we can upgrade. I doubt they'll have trinium yet. They might. If they have trinium, I'll buy it, even if it's just a normal turret. But hopefully they have at least a neonite arm miner. I just don't think they're going to have trinium yet because there aren't any trinium asteroids in this sector that I have seen. Now there might be some, and they might be hidden, so I don't know, but come on. Normally it tractor beams when you're like within a tenth of a kilometer. Docking is so annoying. Like, getting a transporter is going to be like so nice. Okay. Cool. About damn time. That took a while. No neonite ore miners, that's fine. Resources, we're not going to do that yet. We're going to refine first. So 15k more titanium, that should be more than enough to get the generator we need, as well as increase the hull over 100,000. The neonite's not going to be enough to get the shields where we want quite yet. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be. We didn't mine for all that long. Mainly because the power thing has made it awful to fly this ship. So let's dive straight away, or well, maybe not straight away. We're going to back off so I can kind of see what I'm doing here. And we're going to expand this stuff real fast. So we're going to delete that. We're going to delete that. We're going to delete out all these sided babies right here. And delete that off. I'm also going to delete the top piece off there. The side piece off of there. So let's start with the shieldy shields. Oh, okay. Come on. Cooperate, please. We're gonna shrink that down a little bit. Okay, maybe we won't put shields on yet. We'll just do the generator. And we could put on integrity fields, I suppose. So for this part, I am just gonna make this a different shape. So really what I should do first is armor that, and then throw on the next generator. Or well, no, because I want this generator to like be part of this block, if that makes sense. So we'll just snug it up like this. We'll like bring it up like so, and I think that'll, yeah, that does give us enough generated energy. And as far as armor goes, reclad everything. We have to do a custom piece right here. That's alright. Be nice if it didn't lag out every time I tried to place blocks, but that's okay. Alright, I'm just recladding all of this in armor because might as well type of a thing. Okay, cool. So that fixed our power issue. Oh, I forgot a piece of armor. So I am going to warp down here, and we are going to mine some more neonite primarily, because it sells for the most, A, and B, I also need neonite to build the shield generators, which is what's going to increase our shield capacity. Nice, that's awesome. Hell yeah. It's awesome when you get the R miners set up, because it just, like, you gather so much more resources, it's crazy. 30k iron in 5 minutes. Hell yeah, my man. That's great. That is great. I'm trying to find a really good sector with some big titanium and neonite asteroids before I bunker down and just mine for a little bit. just because I want to gather like 100k of each of those so I can finish upgrading the ship and call it good for today. But 30k iron, that's fantastic. Are you using the starter turrets they gave you, or did you just buy some titanium or some R miners at a resource depot or something? Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I thought about selling the titanium ones they give for the, few 100,000 or whatever. Um, my only thing with that is they are pretty good R mining turrets, all things considered, so I wouldn't mind throwing them on the ship. It's just I don't have a system that will give me the slots to be able to do that. Like, I've got enough system slots to accommodate a system for it. I just haven't gathered enough credits to be able to afford to buy one or found one. Iron level, but that's okay though. I mean, if you're only mining iron and titanium right now, like it doesn't, like iron is perfectly fine for that. I mean, if you look at resource depots, they do have mining turrets in case you didn't realize that because it's new with this mod. Some mod is doing it, I'm assuming. Um, but So I was able to find some titanium R miners that were single slots, and they're decent on efficiency and stuff. So that's what I'm using right now. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. Do you have any like decent combat turrets yet? Yeah, that's. I really do want to get a system that'll let me put that lightning turret on because it is really good. I just haven't found one yet. Um, but whenever that happens, it'll be great because 2000 DPS this early on is like crazy good. I feel like. Granted, I haven't played Insane before, so I don't know if that carries or is still true, but I kind of have a feeling it is. Still a lot of DPS for an early game turret. Well, for like Iron Titanium region of space, that feels like a shit ton of DPS. Because I normally start raiding with like 3 to 4k, so yeah, that's kind of what I've found is 500 per slot is pretty good. So, it's decent. Yeah, that's true. In Trinium, it's not going to be all that good. But I have just a, like, literally the starter chain gun is my only combat turret. And I'm not in Headhunter category because my ship is so fucking tanky right now. My health pool is large enough. So I feel like if I have about 250,000 total health in the Trinium region, even if my DPS isn't super great, I should be okay. Like, I should be able to fly around there and mine, at least. Like, I won't be able to fight pirates or anything like that, but I can at least gather some better materials to generate credits and such faster. Oh, nice. That's awesome. I bet that feels pretty spicy. Now you can actually fight the pirates and have a chance to get some good drops. Yeah, that's true. It does depend. What's your like hole and shield sitting at? 2.5 each. Oh man. Oh man. All right. Well, if you up that a little bit, you'll have a pretty solid ship. I mean, you're stacking like probably 1,000 times more DPS than I am right now. Oh, we found it. The Neonite R miner. It's 100, almost 200k though. So let's refine all of our stuff and see if we can maybe pull this off. I guess I could maybe sell the 2 titanium R miners that they give you at the start. Then I'd be able to afford it. So that would work, but we'll gather this stuff first. And I also want to have credit so I can spend these resources because we should have enough to get the ship kind of sitting where I want. So let's go back in here and sell. Yeah, they're a couple 100k each, huh? And they're not even R miners. Fuck that. I don't need those. Get rid of that. We'll get rid of that too. I am going to keep the launcher though. Okay, so let's buy that Neonate R miner. And let's equip that bad mama. Drop one of those. I think it's just a single slot. Yeah, it is. Oh, this has to be Neonite here. There we go. Heck yeah. Now we're starting to upgrade a little bit. Just a little bit. But okay. Now that we've got some money in our pocket and some resources in our pocket, let's go ahead and expand a lot of this stuff. So we'll just chop some of these bricks off for a mo. And let's pull out our shields first, because that's kind of what I want to expand first. So let's make them about the same size as this. Hopefully we have enough to do that. We should. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, that is all the Neonite we've got. Almost at 20k shields, so I guess that's... well, it's definitely better than we were. I do want to expand the generator again, so... do that. Just so we have excess capacity, and a lot of it, so when our core is recharging, we're good. I might make one of these little bars. In here, just to help give us a little bit extra. Okay, cool. Shrink this. Let's get our armor back up. And eventually I will paint this ship. I'm just kind of waiting until it gets fleshed out the rest of the way first. Okay, cool. So I can probably get the 100k armor if I do a little longer. Okay. Why can't I build that? Oh, because of this. Fine. Do it this way then. Stack some thick-ass armor. It's just lagging, so it'll apply that block in a second. Boom. Okay. So we're at 86k. I need to chunk in some more hull, basically, in order to fix that. Oh, whoops. That is not what I wanted. Oh, I can put the sides on, maybe? Alright. We're almost at our hull goal. There we go. 100k hull. We hit that. So we need to gather some more neonite, and then we'll be able to get our shields where we want. So that'll be pretty spicy. Let's go ahead and warp. So we did find another equipment dock, so that's pretty cool. I opened it up, but I didn't really look. I just saw that they have a mining system on sale for 106, so we could buy that, but I'm not going to because I don't really need a mining system necessarily at this point. I'll just wait until it drops off of an enemy ship, which it probably will relatively quickly, so not a big deal. I'm more interested to see if they have some combat turret systems and some non-combat turret systems and stuff like that, because that's kind of what we are lacking. I don't know why I didn't get offered a tractor beam right there. It's kind of annoying I didn't, but that's okay, I guess. Try this one. There we go. Cool. So let's see. So they have a blue one of those. They do have a blue combat system, but I can't actually buy it, which is annoying. Why not? I have to be at good relations. Okay. I could buy that. That's not going to do shit for us. So basically none of these systems are really worth anything. I mean, this one's actually pretty good. 20% hyperspace cooldown is actually a pretty decent buff for a blue system like that. Let's just look at the other stuff they have available. So we could get like a less garbage turret, I guess. But not really. They're not that much better. So you know what? We will buy that. Actually, I did want to look and see when does this reset. 16 minutes. Now I am going to add a note that there's an equipment dock, just so I can find it quickly when I'm looking for a dock again. And I don't think... Do I have ore right now? No. I don't think so. So... let's just warp down here. I want to kind of get into the Trinium region. Now that we have a Neonite laser, I definitely want to get in the Trinium region because I can start putting Trinium blocks on my ship instead of Neonite ones, which will make for better shield generators and normal generators and literally everything else. So those are Zotans. They're not going to bother us unless we fire a turret, which I'm not going to do. Oh, the one is independent firing. That's kind of cool. That's okay. I'm not going to mess with that on the mining turret. I like to control the miners myself, personally. Like, that's how I've always done it, and probably will continue to do it, so I'm not going to mess with the independent targeting for that particular turret. But that Neonite one with independent targeting, that's actually pretty impressive. For how cheap it was. I mean, granted it was 200k, but even so, like, for an independent targeting turret, that seems like a pretty good deal. I don't know. Because I know putting that mod on turrets generally costs like 1 million or more credits, so... Looky here. I see some trinium. Let's go get it. There's a couple of them over here, so we're going to mine those out. I only have the one Neonite laser, so it'll take a little bit longer. But even so, I don't care. I forget how much more trinium sells for when compared to Neonite, but it's more, and it's significantly more. So even if I don't build with this trinium, which I'll probably end up building with this trinium, I could sell it and make back a lot of, and make a decent chunk of credits as well. That way I can place blocks and such since we're down to 17k. I haven't found a claimable asteroid for a little bit. Once we do find another one, in this region they should be worth over 200k. So even one should give us the credits we're going to need to upgrade our ship, I think. Alright, so we're gonna fly over to this asteroid field. Hopefully there's some tritium in here. I don't know. I can't see it from this far out. But I want to mine a little bit more tritium, a little bit more neonite. Then we're gonna hit the resource depot, refine everything. We'll upgrade our ship again. And depending on if we can afford it and if they have it, we might upgrade to tritium mining laser or our mining turrets from the neonite and titanium ones that we have now. So it doesn't actually look like there's asteroids in here. That kind of sucks. I might be able to sell some of the other miscellaneous cargo that I've gotten from mining to this station or this trading post right here. Normally the trading posts, well, they buy and sell a variety of goods, so odds are one of them, if not several of the stuff that we have in our cargo bay, is going to be sellable to this trading post. So if you're trying to sell bulk goods, trading posts are a good place to look because they buy a lot of different types of things, so you don't have to fly to a billion stations type of the deal. But here we go, dock on up, cool. Trade some goods, we're gonna sell. So we've got some coal, that was worth 9k. That was worth 12k. And that was worth 15k. So a little bit of money, not a whole lot, but we built up a few more credits. That way we can actually place some of the blocks. Granted, we're going to need a lot more than 30,000 credits in order to place the blocks that we're going to want to place. And that's alright. It's not the end of the world. Let's try going to this one, I guess. Sure, we'll warp there. I mean, there are other asteroids in this system, but I think we're going to be better off just going to a sector that has some tritium and the resource depot inside of it, and they're close together, is my thought, anyway. We'll see. Hopefully we get lucky, and we'll get a sector like that in this jump. I don't even know why I set that sector as a target. It's going to be way faster to just fly through this gate instead. It's 3,200, but we've got the credits for that. I do need to get a system so I can install this, like some sort of armed turret, because we are in, our ship is weak enough that headhunters will come and hunt us down eventually. So that's also part of why I'm staying in like the heavily populated sectors. That way if they do come in, the faction will attack them because they're like pirates. But I also would like to increase our ship's durability a little bit and its DPS. I just haven't found any good turrets. Well, I have good turrets, I just haven't found a system to allow me to like add those to the design quite yet. So hopefully we'll come across something like that too. So there is an equipment dock, so that is a good thing. I should go to a there's actually 2 equipment docks. Shit. Okay. And 2 shipyards? That's crazy. Are there 2 factions in here? Like... No? They just have... Oh, it's their home sector. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Cool. Well, we'll go take a look and see. Maybe we'll get lucky and we can buy what we need from these guys. And if I have to sell something, I can sell the titanium ore miners that we have, and get a little bit of money that way. I think we maybe have like a couple of other like just misc systems that we're not really using that I could sell potentially as well. Because I would like to, like, if I can put that coaxial turret on this ship, we won't have the headhunter issue anymore. Even if we go into Xanian region, we probably won't have it. Because our ship does have a decent amount of health. It's just we have no DPS. So, like, if you have 0 as one of your weighted factors, and then you have like 1,000,000 as one of your other weighted factors, you're still going to average out to be pretty bad. So throwing on any sort of DPS to this ship would make it a lot better. Oh, why? I can't do business with them? That's bullshit. Okay, well, never mind then. We're gonna have to build some rep with them. Which, I mean, if I could find a claimable asteroid, I could do that a little bit by selling it to them. And I would have some credits to where I could maybe do a free slaves mission to boost it even further. But that's okay. We just have to warp around a little bit. I haven't been exploring a whole lot of sectors either. So if I jump into some of the like sectors that don't have a warp gate to them, we're more likely to find a mining sector that has claimable asteroids in it. But I'm just trying to play it safe. Since we don't have turrets, I don't want to go somewhere where I'm going to get destroyed. Okay, so we found a mining sector, so that is kind of a good thing. I'm just looking real quick to see. It does not appear that there's a claimable asteroid in this sector. Or nope, there is. Right there. So we're going to go take that real quick and sell it. And this should be worth quite a bit of credits. And there's a resource depot over on that side of the sector. So we can refine all of our ores. Now, before I fly over there, just because there is a fair amount of trinium asteroids right here, I am going to mine these up. Then we'll fly over, claim the asteroid, sell it, go to the resource depot, get our resources. And hopefully after that, we will have enough credits and resources to upgrade our ship to what we want. Meaning, you know, 100,000 shields, 100,000 hull, and really I'd like to have it at 250,000 effect or total life pool, if at all possible, just because that might be enough health that we won't have to worry about DPS in the trinium regions, which would be great. Just because, yeah, there aren't any systems that will help us increase our DPS yet that we have access to anyway. Especially since we can't even trade with the factions this close when they're neutral standing with us. Like, that is kind of bogus. I didn't realize that was a thing with insane difficulty, but I guess that is. I'm guessing that's what is causing that. It may be a mod. Who knows? It's okay either way. We'll figure it out. So there's that. I know there are more. There's some more. You know what? We're just gonna fly over and claim now, I think. And actually, we'll start the refinement first, then we'll go claim it. And then by the time we fly back, they should all be refined. And we'll have the credits required to build with them. I really need to expand the generator again. And our energy storage. Like, if I expanded the energy storage a little bit, we'd be able to boost for a lot longer. It also would help if we didn't have so much iron on this ship. Because iron's really heavy, so it makes it hard for you to maneuver effective. Like, you need more thrusters to maneuver effectively. Same thing with like Ogonite. Ogonite's real heavy like iron. Cool, so we'll have like 20,000 trinium out of this. That feels pretty good, honestly. Especially since we've only been in trinium region for like 3 sectors. It's because we have our miners from the get-go and we're not starting out with just normal miners first. Because the R miners, you really do just gain so much more resources out of every asteroid that it really is worth getting our miners set up as soon as possible. Oh, those are Zotan. Now these guys will fight the Zotan, so we improved our relations, made 143k. That's great. I'm gonna wait for the Zotan to fight those guys, and hopefully they will drop some systems and such, so I can pick up the systems. I do want to go pick up my ores, since this guy looks like he's flying over to destroy this station. Or attack it. He won't destroy it, but... let's just look at his equipment. So... he does have some trinium mining turrets, but none of... or, well, he does have some R miners, huh? So this is 64... what is the... so 64... they're the same turret, okay. 129 to buy these. Are these... they're 3 slaughters. Okay. I mean, it probably is worth buying this, even though we've got a Neonite level 1. Can sell this guy. If I go in, I can sell out the titanium ones as well, because I don't really need those anymore. Then I can come in here, take off this titanium, this neonite, and we'll only be able to fit the one trinium. I need to transform this to a trinium turret base. We'll do all of the turret bases while we're here. Might as well. Cool. And now we should be able to place this bad mama. Civil slots. Unarmed. Oh, I have to get rid of the salvaging turret? Really? Huh. Okay. I'm okay with that, I guess. We can put on our other shit chain gun turret, I guess. Oh, we don't have a shit chain gun turret anymore. Lol. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, fine. But we do have a trinium R mining laser now. So that feels pretty good. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead and move on. I need to get more credits now. Or, well, I have 122k. I suppose I probably could build some stuff on here with that amount. Delete all these off, and we're gonna just build it as trinium shields because resource density wise these are gonna be better for us anyway. Oh yeah, look at that, up to 30k. That is nice. And we can start doing trinium armor instead of titanium. Whoops. And I did want to expand the generator, huh? Okay. Let's remove some of this armor and build trinium again, if we can afford it. That's only 1,200. 17k credits though. That will generate a fuck ton of. Look at that plus on the generated energy. That small of a block trinium generator is where. Oh, okay, 2.61. It was saying. Oh, I thought that was gigawatts instead of megawatts. Okay, never mind. That's not very good. The container might be though, and it's probably a lot cheaper. So we can upgrade that. And then we'll just install a smaller generator. We are out of money, but there we go. Almost. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Now what I am going to do is sell a little bit of resources to this guy. Or actually, I probably can sell the titanium ore mining turret. Oh, I have to dock. So we'll sell that. We'll sell the salvaging as well. And we'll sell the neonite. And that gave us like 62k. That's a little bit better. Let's trade resources and let's sell. Oh, really? Wow, they sell for nothing out here. Okay, fine. No worries, then we won't sell the resources. Because if you're only getting one each, like, fuck that. We do need to hire crew. So we need some mechanics. We only need one mechanic. Alright, cool. Well, we did increase our resource count. We need more claimable asteroids for credits so we can actually afford to place the trinium blocks. We also need more trinium, obviously. But now that we've got a trinium ore mining laser, that should actually go a lot faster. So we did find a pretty good asteroid sector, meaning like there's a lot of mineable asteroids in here. So I might just mine for a minute, get some more resources and do that. Because we do need neonite and as well. Like, even though we're not really going to be building a lot of our materials out of neonite, gathering some more neonite is going to be useful for me because I need at least 80k neonite to build the station template that I want to use when we decide to build our first one. So since I don't have any auto miners at this point, and they aren't going to run offline for me, I might as well mine the neonite I'm going to need. And since we've got a trinium level laser, this should go a lot faster. Like, it tears through these asteroids because it's lower material quality than the laser. And the laser should have decent efficiency on it as well. Like, 2 asteroids should get us close to 10k neonite. God, this stupid freezing thing when you're mining is super annoying. Like, like that is the part that would make me not want to play multiplayer, is that freezing thing that happens sometimes, because it gets super frustrating when you're sitting there for like 5 minutes and you can't mine the entire time, even though you're right next to the asteroid with the laser and power and all that good stuff. Um, because sometimes it goes fast, like it resolves itself in like 20 seconds. Sometimes it takes a couple minutes. Sometimes it takes longer. Sometimes it doesn't resolve at all. So that is definitely something that I don't like about the server environment, but it is pretty cool, I will say. Uh, to actually like have a use for an alliance outside of just like cheating the founding cost of ships, or like faction rep or standing or whatever, to avoid like being able to raid the faction that you want to stay friends with so you can trade with them, type of a thing, by using your alliance. Alright, cool. So we're getting a decent amount of neonite and trinium right here. We probably have about 20 to 30k of each at the moment, so we'll go refine this up in just a minute so I can get some more resources to be able to expand our shields. Getting to the 100k shield mark is going to be quite difficult. Like, we need a lot of shield block on our ship, and in order to support that, we need to have a lot of generator block as well. Not a problem though, we should be able to afford both. And I'm gonna try to like use a mix of both neonite and trinium, that way I don't have to just farm trinium. It'll also lower the total cost because neonite is cheaper to place than trinium, as far as block is concerned. So like a neonite shield, it gives you less shields, but it also costs less to place on the ship than a trinium block. So like, I'm gonna try to use as much trinium as I can, don't get me wrong, because it is worth doing that. Because it gives you more out of the same size block, but sometimes you can't afford it. Like, I probably won't be able to afford to build everything with trinium. I mean, if we found like 2 more claimable asteroids, we'd be a little bit better shape, but I can't really go to the hidden mass sectors, so the yellow ones, to go pick up asteroids, because that's typically where you find the claimable asteroids, is in the yellow dot sectors, or you have a better likelihood of finding like multiples of them, so like you'll find 2 or 3 instead of just 1 type of a deal, and you're likely to find at least 1 in every one of those sectors. So yeah, it's pretty good to go there, but since I don't have any DPS, I can't actually go in there, because if there's any pirates, we will get destroyed. Doesn't matter how much hull and shield and stuff like that we've got, even though it's a decent amount. Like, we have about almost 150,000 total life. Like, it's a little bit less than that, but it's pretty dang close. So like, we're strong-ish. It's just we can't actually damage the enemies that are going to be attacking us, because 18 DPS I think is what we're sitting at right now. That is not enough to drop shields on someone. Like, their shields will probably recharge before we're able to like damage them, type of a thing. So if I can get that coaxial turret, I think it'll give us enough to be, good to go, type of a thing. But we need the system for that first. Alright, so pirates are attacking the sector, and there are faction ships, defender ships specifically. So hopefully they will destroy all of them, and one of them will drop a arm or a military turret system, so I can get our coaxial turret installed. That would be amazing. I wouldn't mind flying over there and putting in like a single shot into one of these guys, just so I can get the credit reward and the rep, but they killed them too fast. But there is a purple drop of some sort, so either that's a turret or a system, but whatever it is, I want it. Because if nothing else, I can use that to get the research Zotan artifact. Like finding a purple just nat spawn is pretty rare. Or I think it's rare. I don't know. Maybe it's not really that rare, but whatever. We're going to grab that. So that is a turret control system A. So that's probably armed, unarmed, I think is what the A is. Meaning it's ambidextrous. I think is what the A stands for. I don't actually know. Mobile Systems Bay Fragment. I don't know what that does, but cool. Sure we'll want those at some point. But let's go ahead and refine our stuff. So it takes 27 seconds, but we're going to get another 25k trinium and another 23k neonite plus a little bit of iron just from the residual from the asteroids type of a thing. So that's pretty good, I would say. And even though we're not going to get a lot of credits for it, I do want to try selling a little bit of resources to these guys just to see if that's going to increase our sell price to them. Because I know sometimes if you sell them like 100 of each resource, it bumps up the price a little bit. So let's go in here and sell. Let's just try selling like 500 trinium. It didn't raise the price. Okay, so... yeah, it didn't on that one either. Okay, well that's fine, I suppose. It doesn't have to. I just thought I'd double check. As far as this goes, there is a trinium R miner. It's 2 slots instead of 3. So that's kind of nice. So it's a little smaller. I think it's also higher efficiency. But I'm not going to spend our credits on that. We don't have enough for it, and I'm not going to sell stuff to try to get it. But with that purple system, we might just be able to do this. So take these fragments to a research station, may provide information on what kind of system this originated from. I don't know. Cool, I guess. So this will give us 7 total turret slots that can be used for combat or for utility. So we're going to use it for combat, obviously, for our coaxial launcher. I don't know if that actually works or not, because it's coaxial. I know those are sometimes a little bit strange to work with, as far as like positioning on the ship and stuff like that's concerned. We'll try this out though. I do need to hire some gunners, because I don't, or well, I don't have to, I guess. I do have just basic crew. Come on. Apply the fucking crew. I mean, really? Like, sometimes this lag thing is super annoying sometimes. There we go. Okay. It applied it twice, so we're going to take 2 of those out, because I don't need that. Many of them. But if I actually... so it shoots it up like that, which I don't really want. So, okay. Let me go back in here. We're going to adjust this. We're going to build a new turret mount right in the front. Something like that, and that should be big enough to hold this, I would hope. Okay, cool. So now we have it facing the right direction, so at least it's facing the front of the ship instead of, you know, up in the air. So it actually fires straight in front of us instead of like in a non-useful direction. But as you can see, putting that single turret on this ship has now taken away the headhunter issue we were having. And this ship should be strong enough now, I would think, to be able to handle pirates fairly decently as well. So that is a good thing. I am happy about that. I am going to start deleting these And we're going to expand our shields again. Assuming everything, like, deletes out. Gosh. Sometimes this server lag is terrible. And other times it's tolerable. Wow, that's a lot. Gives us like no shields and costs a fuck ton of money. Okay. Maybe we will do it with Neonite instead. Just to start with. We can't even afford that block. Wow. Wow. We can't even afford to place 9,000 Neonite. That's crazy. Okay, well, actually what I'm going to do, since we've got some DPS on us now, is I'm going to warp over to this hidden mass sector that's next to us. I'm going to put our armor back on real quick, just because I have a feeling there's going to be some pirating boys in there. Yeah, it seems like the building thing on the multiplayer server lags a lot. And I'm thinking it's because it has to render each of the blocks as they place type of a thing. But either way, it's annoying. Okay, fuck it. That's good enough. I don't really care. Warp me! Well, maybe it'll warp. I don't know. Okay, what the hell? Finally. Well, we'll see. Hopefully I didn't, like, crash my server connection. Okay, it did update. Cool. That's good. Alright, so Operation Exodus Beacon, I guess that's good. We can at least gather that. If we zoom out, there's probably also some asteroids in here that we can claim. Cool, so we got the first Operation Exodus coordinate for ourselves, so that is nice. Alright. And they have changed that mission, so as opposed to having to find an X coordinate and a Y coordinate and all that bullshit that takes fucking forever, they give you both the X and the Y coordinate with each beacon, so it's just warping to the sector highlighted on the map. So there aren't any claimable asteroids. There is a large Neonite asteroid, and there might be a large titanium in there. But not actually what we are looking for, unfortunately. I really do just need a claimable asteroid so I can get the credits to be able to place some of these blocks of trinium and neonite and such to scale our shields. So hopefully we can find that soon. I might mine some of the trinium that's in here. We have to wait for our hypercore to recharge anyway, so kind of like might as well. And that also gives us a chance that pirates will spawn in and we can test out our new coaxial launcher turret and see if this ship is actually, combat ready or not. I mean, technically we're not weak compared to other ships anymore, which is a good thing. But we don't have a whole lot of DPS either, so... Alrighty, guys. I think I am going to wrap up the stream here for today. My dog is telling me it's time to fucking stop, so I think I'm going to wrap it up here for today. But the multiplayer experience has been pretty good, by and large. Like I would say this is a decent multiplayer server. The experience hasn't been terrible. I am going to warp out of this hidden mass sector before we log out, though. I want to be in a normal faction sector. Just in case, I don't know, I kind of doubt that your shit can get destroyed while you're logged out, but just in case it can, I want to be somewhere where there's some, like, faction-controlled stuff that's AI, so I don't have to worry about it. But not terrible, to say the least. I mean, we're sitting at about 130, 140k total health. If I can find another claimable asteroid to sell, and I spend the Trinium and Neonite that I have, I can probably get it closer to 150k. But anyhow, so this is a scrapyard, which I don't really want to be in either. Like, there are 3 Corvettes here, so I guess that's good as far as defense is concerned. But I'd rather be in like a sector with 5 or 6 different stations because it tends to have more defensive, like, ships around it type of a thing. Or at least that's how it has been for me most of the time. But anyhow, not a big deal. I also could consider upgrading like the engines and thrusters and stuff to Trinium, but not super duper critical. So we've got another almost 15k Trinium sitting in our cargo hold that just needs to be refined, so we can do that if we come across another equipment dock, or not equipment dock, resource depot rather, and do that. But we'll probably warp in. Depending on what's in there, we might refine ores. If there's a claimable asteroid, we'll claim it, sell it, put on the shields, and then wrap it up there. If there's neither of those things, we're just going to wrap it up in this sector, I think. The 45-second like delay between jumps is enough time for me. But for Stahlbrand, thanks so much for the follow this episode. I super duper appreciate it. I look forward to playing on the server with you in the Alliance. If you do play Avorion and join in on the US Rusty server, we do have an alliance that's open. It's just called the Alliance of the Lone Debaters. If you're playing, shoot me a message and I will invite you. Pretty basic stuff, you know, like gather resources, and we're going to try to fill up I'm going to try to fill up the alliance with credits and resources. So if new players decide to join later, they have access to resources to build good ships right away. And once I start farming systems and stuff from raiding, I'll also put some systems inside the Alliance cargo hold. That way, you know, people can build a really good ship right from the get-go, and, you know, if they're a part of our Alliance, I guess. But that's my plan with it. We do have at least one other guy that's going to join in with Stahlbrand and me in the Alliance on this server. And he should be joining in tomorrow. We'll probably stream again tomorrow and show off that. And it should be pretty good. I mean, we've made a decent amount of progress. Yeah, we played for almost 5 hours, but I mean, we're almost in the Xanian region. We have a ship that can actually, you know, exist in this region without getting headhunted. We have a decent amount of health. We've finally found a system, so we have at least a little something to DPS on our turret, on our ship. So we're doing decent. We're doing decent. But it's been super fun playing today. If you have enjoyed the episode and enjoy Avorion content just in general, be sure to check out my YouTube channel by searching Lone Debater 7 on YouTube. And I do have a full tutorial playlist. Granted, it did come out before the ship designing rework, so if I talk about hull numbers, shield numbers, that kind of stuff, just bear in mind those may no longer be accurate in those videos, but everything else is pretty much the same as far as like setting up stations, building ships, that kind of thing is not really changed all that much. But anyway, guys, it's been fun. We'll wait for this sector to load in, I guess, and see what we find. Hopefully it'll have some more good stuff for us, but thus far, pretty good start. It is an insane difficulty server, so I was a little bit curious to see if that insane difficulty was really going to matter all that much. The only real thing that I've noticed is it's difficult to generate money because you can't sell your resources to resource depots for anything, really. We will fly over to this resource depot and to this equipment dock, or actually maybe we'll go to the dock first. Or no, we'll do that next time. This is a good safe sector. It's got a lot of stations, valuable stations as well, so the faction will protect this sector pretty good on their own. So I'm not concerned about logging off in this sector. I think we'll be okay. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that has been my first experience with Avorion multiplayer. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I have, and I hope to see everyone in the next stream. But until then, this has been Lone